Hello everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech. In today's business landscape, mastering SAP PAPM is vital for success. Join me in this journey to excel in project and portfolio management. Whether you're experienced or new, this course prepares you for SAP PAPM CO expertise. Let's dive into the world of SAP Profitability and Performance Management for SAP S/4HANA. SAP PAPM CO, a potent tool in the SAP S/4HANA world for maximizing profitability and performance via advanced analytics and insights. Businesses using SAP PAPM CO have seen costs drop by up to 10% and revenue surge by 15%. Mastering SAP PAPM CO is crucial for success in today's competitive market. In short, it's about staying ahead in today's fast-paced business world. SAP PAPM CO equips organizations with data-driven tools for swift decision-making, fostering growth, efficiency, and profitability. This course covers all you need to become an SAP PAPM CO expert. From basics to advanced techniques, each lesson builds on the last for a thorough understanding. Get ready to elevate your SAP skills. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. SAP PAPM. 2. Implementation considerations. 3. SAP PAPM feature. 4. What is COPA? 5. COPA types. Let's dive in.
Agenda like SAP PAPM. Okay, so basically the full form of the PAPM is Profitability and Performance Management. Basically, profitability we can achieve in SAP S/4HANA system, but here the advantage of PAPM implementation is performance. So because of performance, and we have the calculation engine which has handle the complex complex calculation and play with the huge volume of data. So we can directly access the data on fly from different sources. So this is the one of the major advantage. Maybe I'll just quickly sorry, I need to first disclaimer, first lay out the disclaimer. So this presentation, including examples, images, and references, are provided for information purpose only. Complying with all applicable copyright laws is the responsibility of the user. Without limiting the rights, under copyright, no part of this document may be reproduced, stored, or introduced into a retrieval system or transmitted in or by any means. Credit shall be given to the images taken from the open source and cannot be used for promotional activities. So, agenda of the session, we are going to discuss about this SAP PAPM introduction, implementation considerations, PAPM features, functionality of the SAP PAPM calculation engine, what is COPA types, COPA. So this part I just has mentioned here, but we'll ask to update the content because COPA we already aware about it. What is COPA? We'll try to understand how we can leverage and do the profitability in PAPM system. So what is PAPM? The Profitability and Performance Management represents the next generation of integrated performance management tools from SAP. Its ability to seamlessly integrate existing data and information models. So as we can see, seamlessly we can integrate with the different source of data and information models. So we can model the data into PAPM system, which we will see and understand whether they originate from SAP or non-SAP system applications, regardless of whether they are hosted in the cloud or on-premise. SAP PAPM. So as it SAP Profitability and Performance Management is built upon the robust SAP HANA in-memory platform. So as we all know, like HANA itself is much faster than the previous RDBMS database. This solution is purposefully tailored for businesses, leveraging the power of SAP HANA, offering instantaneous insights through a reliable source and of real-time data. It also features agile financial and business modeling capabilities. Additionally, SAP Fury uses experience. As we know, we have this SAP Fury experience in S4HANA. So similarly, we have here also a PAPM system incorporated into its design, ensuring a user-friendly and straightforward experience for the business users. I'll just explain this, we'll show and understand this in detail. So what are the deployment options we have for SAP PAPM? So either we implement in a cloud version or on-premise version. So there is no restriction. So we are going to discuss in this session the on-premise version. SAP Profitability and Performance Management is flexible for integration with SAP and non-SAP components. To optimize the performance and data reuse, it's possible to deploy SAP HANA platform or instances as other relevant application containing source data. Deploy options and integration. So basically, we can deploy on-premise and cloud versions, and we can add on this on S4HANA system or BW system or kind of standalone system. So that's why it is advisable to deploy it on the same SAP HANA platform, for instance, as other relevant applications containing source data. Like we are doing the transaction in HANA system, right? So that's why it is advisable to implement this add-on. This is a kind of add-on. Okay, we can deploy it in BW system, S4HANA system, or kind of a standalone system. But if you separately deploy it in a standalone system, then if you have to do any sort of utilize the data of BW system or S4HANA system, then you will have to bring the data or you will have to access the data from different sources. Implementation considerations. So integration options. SAP PAPM leverages official interfaces like CDS views for data access from SAP HANA, SAP S4HANA, and BW. So we can access this. We can have a different way of accessing the data, which we would discuss. It also utilizes calculation views from CAR, FSTM, and BDMA, both locally and remotely by smart data access. So if there is any non-SAP system, CAR, FSDM, or say Oracle system, so we can access it through SDA. You might have heard about this SDA, so you can have the DB connect, all those details. So we can access it through SDA. When redundancy-free access isn't possible, the SAP PAPM employs other official interfaces like SAP BAPI's web services. So we can consume the data using the web services as well. So redundancy free means we can directly access the data on the fly and we will not pull the data into PAPM system. Integration options. So SAP Profitability and Performance Management leverages SAP and non-SAP interfaces for data write, including SAP HANA. SAP Profitability and Performance Management leverages SAP and non-application interfaces for data write access, including SAP HANA based interfaces like HAB to BW, BW for back function to BPC, MDP interfaces. So let me quickly show it in the system. So like you can see, this is if you want see the version. So what we can do, we can go to status. We can click on this one. You can search for PAPM. Yeah, this one, performance management, NXI. So the current release which is installed here is 300 and support package level is 30. Okay, so this is the current version which we are going to see about, discuss about. Okay, As you can see in this system, we have this node. So once you will implement this add-on, deploy this add-on, profitability and performance, so this node will appear in your system, in your screen. So it's having these components: earlier version, administration, modeling, execution, system report tools. Coming to earlier version, the FPSL used to be like version, so this is not useful. We will not discuss about this part. Just ignore this part. Coming to this administration, okay. So in the administration, we have like teams, manage teams, default settings, and all. But let me quickly show you one. See here, we can pull the data from Excel. We can, if we have some data for planning sort of things, so we can pull the data from Excel. We can bring the data from SDA. So like if in non-SAP system, we can bring the data from non-SAP system also. So for that, we require database details, schema details, and tables from where we wanted to pull the data. BW also, like if suppose, so this is data dictionary. Data dictionary is nothing but whatever we have in SE11. So those data we can also pull here, and we can see the data if there will be any sort of data. So we can see it here. I'll discuss about all these things. So basically, like in short, we can pull the data from different sources. We can access it on the fly basis. Like if suppose any we connected with the remote system and there is any new data got inserted into that table, so that will reflect here also in PAPM on the real-time basis. So this is the benefit of PAPM. SAP PAPM features. SAP Profitability and Performance Simulation features empower user to run what-if scenarios, manage assumptions, and drill down from high level to detailed results. It also offers transparency with traceability and auditability. So simulation, like before you do the allocation and all, you can do the simulation as well. So you can drill down from high level to bottom level, bottom to high level. So and auditability we'll discuss later. Okay. So profitability and allocation, assessment and global transfer pricing, activity-based costing, top-down distribution, so plan and forecast modeling, driver-based and deterministic models. So we can create the models. Uh, as we could see, we can create the models. These are basically models. We'll discuss about this in detail one by one, just for your idea, like how it looks like and what is basically PAPM. So once the PAPM is installed, you could see these nodes over here. So profitability allocations, functionality of SAP PAPM calculation engine, profitability and allocation, global transfer pricing, assessments, activity-based costing, top-down distribution. So these are the functionality of PAPM. So plan and forecast modeling, predictive and machine learning. So this we won't be able to cover this part. So stochastic models. So these all will not be able to do it in this system. Actually, this PAPM functionality is being still okay, because mostly you would find like most of the companies now they have implemented SAP allocations functions they are mostly using. or kind of budgeting and planning sort of things, transfer pricing. But other areas is still there is a lot of features which has been provided with this PAPM functionality, but still the like organizations are exploring PAPM functions. Matched maturity approach, net present value approach, replication portfolio approach, uh, replication portfolio approach, further volume and account-based methods. So basically, like you could see here, we can using this table. Okay, these symbols is basically table, and these are the views. So views means we are not uh, the data will not reside in this system, in PAPM system. It will HANA table, you know now. So like basis team in the backgrounds, like lot of HANA tables got created once you do install the S4 HANA system. So on top of those tables, you can create the HANA, like HANA Studio, if you might have heard about HANA Studio. So similarly, like in BW system, we call it info provider. So info provider, like I'll discuss about this one by one. Let us not go into this right now. Okay, so not sure if we have any data in this. Let me just analyze it. Yeah, so we don't have the data, but some data is there. So like that, we could see we are able to get the data in SAP PAPM system without the data will not reside in this system. We are just views. So everyone is clear about the views and tables, right? So let's quickly log into this system. So the first step is like, as we could see, we have uh, notes here: administration, modeling, execution, system reports, tools. So we'll understand one by one each. So let us first open this one. So it runs on a web browser. Okay, once you double click on it, we can access it through the browser also, or we can either we can double click on it, or this is the T code. So if I enter this T code /n model underscore df. So if I even enter the T code, sorry, just put /n before that. So it will open in the browser. So this is handled by your base system admin team. Once we double click on manage default settings. So what is the use of default settings? Will this in sometime manage teams. Let me open this manage teams. So these are the teams. Okay, if I just double click on it. So based on the team's rules, we can create the teams also. And under team, we assign the user. Basically, like is profitability and performance node is visible, right? So like we can open this profitability and performance management. So it's have these components: earlier version, administration, model, execution, system reports, tools. So earlier version is not useful. We'll see this administration. So in the administration, this is the T codes. We can access it through T codes, and it runs on the browser. Okay, a web browser or any browser. Okay, so basically, if I just double click on it, so it will take you to this screen. So default settings we'll discuss it later. Coming to these teams like you could create the teams. So you can click on this button. You can create the new teams. Okay, and you can provide the description. So first we create the teams. So like in general, what all teams would be available. So say one would be like your modeler, which will have access to this modeling tool. Then second would be like your basis person. Then third would be execution. Execution means the user who would be performing the allocation cycle and all. Okay, we can even process the allocation cycle and things in background as well. Execution and the system reports. So once the management people will have access to system reports. Then we have the tools. So tools like basically activate the functions. So I will discuss about this how to activate the function. So there is two way. One, we can use this tool, and second is in a separate way. Okay. So either we can enter this code, or we double click on it and browser it will open in the browser. So let me even enter that T code. So suppose I wanted to open the Teams. So slash nxi slash p1 underscore team. So if I just enter here, it will open in the browser. So it will open like this, like this. So RM user. So here we could add the users who is going to perform any action. Second, suppose reports. So we can create and assign the authorization accordingly. So like if you double click on it, so you could execution team. So we can select this team. We can enter and add the user here. So like if suppose my user, this I wanted to make as a executor. So this is the executor role, the user group for authorization that we can assign here. So here it is not mentioned, and it is like the SU01 and what we call PFCG, all these things, authorization object we can assign here. Okay, accordingly, the people will have access to different, roles and according to their roles and responsibility. So basically, we consultant will have access to this modeling. Basis will have access to this administration. Execution user, business user will have access to this execution. Then coming to this system reports, so management people or some business user will have access to these reports. Then tools. So tools again like activate function. So once we'll understand what is function, then we'll understand what is activate function, what is other things. Okay. So let me give you some overview on the COPA side. What is COPA basically? Hope you all are aware of with these things, cost element and all. Anyway, I will just take it through the cost elements and all. In COPA, generally, like we have, this is called as profitability analysis. So as we all know, how we can do the profitability analysis, if you look at the results of the any company, so how we can generate it. So say we have revenue generated from sales. So once we'll post the sales invoice, so it hits the revenue here. Say the total revenue generated is say 100. Once we do the goods issue, so at that point of time, it will hit the COG, cost of goods sold. So cost of goods sold means cost of goods manufactured plus additional cost like transportation and all. So those all sort of things will come under COGS. Yeah. So basically, how the profitability will be calculated. So profitability will be calculated like I'm just using the layman terms. I'm not going into the very detail of it. The profitability will be like revenue minus COGS. If any other cost involved, so we can just minus those things. It will give you the profit, net profit. So we have other terms like profit before tax, PBT, PAT. So like that we calculate the profit. So basically these all things we configured in the GRR1. We create the structure for the calculation of profitability. Okay, who knows? Just ignore these things. Just for those people who are mostly having FI exposure. So we can create the reports here in one, and how we can create the reporting. So basically in the revenue, we could assign the revenue GL, then in the COGS part, we will assign the COGS related GLs. And then in this node, we'll do the calculation, revenue minus all expenses, all the cost will deduct from revenue. So that will be our profit. And please correct me if I'm so. Like this, we can calculate the profitability in through the COPA. Means in S4HANA system we have COPA. So there are other terms like we need to define the operating concern, we need the characteristics, we need to define the value fields. So now we have like earlier we used to have like condition based COPA. So the value was flowing from condition to this uh, COPA. Now we have account based COPA, and latest one is margin analysis. Margin COPA is also available. So this is how we calculate in very layman term. This is the way we calculate the profit of any segment, any business, whatever level you wanted to track your profitability for the material, for the any product you wanted to generate the profitability report, or any segment. So that will be controlled through the characteristics. So what all characteristics level you wanted to derive the profit. Now coming to this PAPM. So here we have modeling tools available. We can pull out the data. So we have to do the profitability in PAPM tool. So how we can do? We can pull the data, all the profitability related data from SCDOCA to this PAPM. We can either create the views on top of SCDOCA, or we can create the model table on top of SCDOCA. So once we create any environment, basically we create environment for each of the functions, and under environment it automatically calculates the calculation unit in SAP. So this is our calculation unit. If I just click on this, so we can see the attributes of it. So this is the calculation unit. Function type is calculation unit. Okay. So under calculation unit, we can like structure like this. So this first node, I is basically a kind of description. So just to structure something, whatever you wanted to achieve. So we can structure like this. So we could easily see ki under this node we have all the data sources. Under this we have all the processing functions. Okay, and processing under processing functions we have this many processing functions. Okay, so here this symbol basically represents the. If I just double click on it, so it says this function type is model table. As earlier when we clicked on this one, so this is basically the calculation unit. Okay, so calculation unit means calculation engine, as we saw in our presentation. It basically once we create the environment, it automatically once we create this environment. How can we create the environment? Let me just create one. Go to edit mode, click on add. So once we'll click on add, we would be able to create the environment. Let me just create environment. I'll just make it environment ID. I will just make V1, something like that. Environment version, I'll just first create the node. Description, I'm saying so when we create the node is basically description. So version is not. So this has got created. Maybe I might have selected something, so that's why it got created under this one. Otherwise, we could have created a separate node as well. So like don't select anything and create the environment. So you can just select same label, or if you wanted to create a label, so you select this, put the cursor here and click on the same label. So it will create below this, not under anything. Because this one we could see this one, we have, this is what we have created. So it has got created. Oh, no, this is not under this. Sorry, it's a separate one. Okay. So if you wanted to create under this, so say I will select this, click on this one, EV2. I'll just mention EV2. User default setting version, I'll just mention 1. Our training, I would say allocation, and something like that we can mention and say okay. As soon as we will do this, okay, maybe when we selected the forget to change the label. So what we could do, yeah, so we can drag and drop. So automatically this will be created under, this will start showing under this node, our training environment. Okay. What I did, you notice now, I just selected this one and dragged and dropped under this. So if you miss to create under this node, so and do like this. Once you could see the symbol, the earlier symbol when we created as a node. So the symbol was like here when we go for the creation of environment. So either we can create the environment version or node. So node is kind of just a description, just to structure your environment. And once you select the environment version, so you need to enter the environment version. So environment version will look like this, and this is the node. Okay. So is identified through environment ID and version. So each will have these two combination cannot be same. This will be different for all the environment. Just select this one and click on continue. So here we have so once I will click on continue, so you could see it has calculated. If I click on it, calculation unit. So by default, it will calculate the calculation unit. So under calculation unit, we would be modeling and we would be creating everything. Okay. Once again, I will go to the edit mode. So what are the options available under this environment? So we can either create a new one, clicking this add button. We can edit if you wanted to edit something. So we can click on this edit, and we can update the description or environment ID if you wanted to make any changes. So we can do this. We can copy and create a new one. We can merge. So if you wanted to merge to some other one, so we can do like this also. If you wanted to remove, so if I just wanted to remove this, transport. So suppose you have 4 environment like this. So you made some changes in this environment and you wanted to transport it. So you can transport it through this way. You could see like it is getting saved into one of the transport requests, right? So this is the transport request which is getting. Now let me just go into it here. If I click on this environment, so we can make the changes at the environment level. So it has 2 sections: environment checks, partitioning, file formats, conversion types. So we'll discuss about each one. What is the use case? All fields. So second, now we start with all fields: environment info objects, environment fields, PW info objects. So and HANA fields, DDIC fields, PW fields. HANA fields. So if we have any HANA table and we wanted to bring the data from HANA table, so we can use this HANA table. Uh, we can create under this HANA fields. DDIC field. So something if you wanted to bring from SEL, what we create under SE11. So those table fields if you wanted to pull, so we can pull and it will shown under this DDIC fields. BW fields. So suppose we have info area, info objects, and all those things, right? In BW system. So whatever we wanted to, if we wanted to bring any table from BW, so it once we'll pull it, so it will shown under BW fields. BW info objects. So something is under BW info objects that will be showing over here. Environment fields. So whatever fields we wanted to create under this environment, so directly we can create under this environment. Environment info objects. If we something wanted to create any info objects from environment, we can create it from here, and we could see in BW info objects. Particularly once we create here, we can see that is that got created in the background over there as well, and all those fields will be shown under this all fields. Okay, we'll see one by one. So suppose after the we wanted to post the transactions so that we can put some checks, apply some checks. So before posting, it will means once we have done the calculation and we wanted to post it back to the S4 HANA system, so we can do it through it. So how can we make the changes in the environment? We'll click on this change button. We'll go to the environment, edit. So here info. If you wanted to create any info objects, you can click on this one, field type. So all the fields, whatever we create, it is controlled by parameters field type. This is info object. So okay. So characteristics. Once I will select the characteristics, so it may ask you for a info object. If you know, then you can just you click on this environment. We go to the edit mode, and here we can go to environment info objects. So we can create the info. So it will be kind of BW fields, not the S4 HANA fields. Okay. Info objects is basically part of BW, right? So we don't have to focus on this thing. Just for understanding purpose, I will just try to create something. So characteristics, let me just search if anything you will be able to find customer group. Okay, probably this is not working. That's why it is giving me this error. Just ignore this one. I'll just go to this edit again. Environment, then go to edit mode, then environment fields. So if you wanted to create any field under this environment, so let's say I just wanted to create a Z customer. So it will be a kind of characteristics field. Class, I will select field or parameter. So I'll discuss about field and parameter in detail later. This will be a character. Okay, so like that we can. Okay, so here we need to enter the length of the field. There is a hierarchy and all, which we'll see in detail. So once we'll click there, so it got created. So suppose I wanted to, now I'll save it. So saved. Now what I can do. So this has started appearing under this all fields. We have created the environment field. This has got is appearing here. PW info objects. So let me just go to this DDIC. So suppose we wanted to add wavelength, something like that, or BKPF. So what I will do, I hit search. Likewise, we can add the HANA fields. So go to the edit mode. So again, these two fields are started being here. For objects, environment fields. So now BW info objects. If you wanted to pull any info, we can pull it from here. If you know any info object, you can just search from here. I don't know who has created this, so we can just do this. Search, select this one, say OK, save it. So like that, we can create the BW info objects. Why this option is not showing? Okay. Got it. Yeah. Basically, in DDIC, if I just go here, okay, I'll show you later. Just save it. Now, what we can do, let's give you brief about these things. So, checks means if you wanted to do some check at the environment level, so that we can define here. Check rule we can just add here. Check one message, like message what you wanted to display. Check type about error, warning, status information. So all those sort of checks we can high volume data, something like that. Like that we can create the checks. So if you wanted to put some check on this criteria, so you can apply the check. Then if the check will be fulfilled, then you will get the message. Add criteria, so that also you can do. If you do not want to, you wanted to validate, if jet customer is 100, then you must give the error. This customer high risk or something like that. High risk customer. So it will give you the information message. Partitioning. So when we deal with huge volume of data, so we can create the partitioning here. Okay. Okay. If run mode, there are various sort of run modes are there. So generally we use PPB. So suppose partitioning of data. So if we wanted to, in the first volume, we wanted to consider only 1 to 1 million records. Then in the second partition, we wanted to consider uh, from 1 million, 1 to 2 million records. So like that, we can do the partitioning. Okay. These all things will be done by, this will be done by your basis team. File formats will be done by sometimes the modeling team, modeling consultant, or maybe by the basis team as well. Conversion types. So when we do the conversion of currency, so we can set conversion one, conversion currency, or unit conversion. So two types of conversion is basically possible. Advanced, like when we do the use the SDA or access from any non-SAP system, so we need to provide the RFC destination, DB connection and all, and we would be able to access the data. Okay. Any query so far? So basically, these are the application, administration, modeling, execution, system, reports, and tools. What we saw in the tool. Then there are functions. Okay. So functions like we have these many functions: information function, function, write adapter function, structuring function, query function, analytics function. Okay. So these are the building blocks of SAP PAPM. What are the information function? So file adapter, like importing, how can we import the data from CSV? So that is basically a function. Then model BW system. So if in case if you wanted to utilize the SAP BW table, okay. So we use this model BW table, model BW function, model join function, model RDL, model table, model view functions. Then these are the basically information functions. Means we can create the information. Okay, like from Excel we can pull the data. We can pull the data from BW system. We can do the join. We can pull the data from table, HANA table, or DDIC tables. We can create the views on top of HANA view or BW info objects. So we can create the views on top of it. So then processing functions. So these are the processing: allocation, calculation, conversion, derivation, flow modeling, fund transfer pricing, joint transfer structure. So these are the processing functions. Okay. Then and adapter functions. So if you wanted to write back to our SAP, means post some journal entry, so we can use this write adapter. So if it is installed in S4 HANA system, this PAPM, then remote function adapter is not required. You can just use this write function and you can directly post the transactions. Remote function, wherever like you wanted to create the RFC system and then you wanted to post back to the S4 HANA system. So write and adapter function will be used. So then structuring functions. So calculation unit, as we saw the calculation unit. Then we have this query functions. If we have like we can write query, okay, select a star from something like that. So we can use the query function if you wanted to fetch the data based on query, or if Office is installed, then you can use the this query source as analysis for Office if it is this is installed in your system. Okay, like in IBP and all. Analytical functions are there. So we have this kind of machine learning and all those things kind of analytical functions. So once we'll see these functions, so we would be able to get some more insight about this PAPM. Was it a little helpful? What we are going to. So right now I'm explaining about how can we create the environment. So once the environment is created, so in that environment we are going to see how we modeling. Modeling means basically how can we pull the data from different sources. Processing function, so how we can do the allocations, calculation, what is the use case. So this is what we are going to see in our upcoming session. Was it helpful? So if we just wanted to switch back to this initial page, so on the initial page, it will take us to this first page of my environments. Environments, all the environments we could see. And again, you select this and you can just go back to this page. So if we wanted to create any model table, what I will do, I'll just go to the edit mode. We'll select here, plus button, then we will say model table 001, description, say environment table, function type, I'll select model table and we'll click on OK. So this is giving me the error. You cannot create at the same level. So below calculation unit only, it will allow you to create the model table or any function. So it will ask you for physical or logical. Physical means if we are creating the table at the environment level, so it will say physical. So here we could data dictionary. So suppose I wanted to create this from BKPF. What I will do, I'll just click on this down, mention BKPF, click go, refresh, will show all the fields of BKPF. So we can say OK, or we can just select whatever you want to exclude. So let me just exclude everything except. So it will take a lot of time. So We just ignore it, and I will click on save. Then we can click on activate button. Once we'll click on activate button, it will take a time, and then you will see this checkbox. So this got activated with some warning. Display mode, click on analyze data. So we can see data from PKPM. So let's take fiscal year username. So this would be better. Document, if I document, let me just pull these things. Just like that, we can view the data. We can even export to Excel if you wanted to analyze in Excel. So export to Excel. If analysis, this Microsoft Office Excel is installed, then be able to bring the data in Excel and you can analyze it. A parameter you wanted to bring, so you can drag and drop branch number. Maybe we can take some count, something like that. That will look like this. If you wanted to put some filter, so basically this PKPF is our header table, so we don't have the transaction. So basically, show you the key figures. You can just remove these key figures. You can pull some other information like document number or something sort of username, indicator document. We remove from here. You can search for the document, so you can view the document. I'll just maybe I'll just pull this reference key or something. Okay, reference key indicator. So like that we can click. So like that you can drill down. If you wanted to set any filter, so you can click on this one. Click set filter. So if suppose as you do not want to display over here, so contains between is equals to, so add add criteria to exclude, so you can exclude the criteria as well. I'll fetch some data from the small table and it will be much easier to understand. Data is not allowed once we have bring the HANA table. Okay, maintenance of data once we create customized table at the environment level, so we can maintain the data. You see this. Now I'll just go back to environment. So that point of time, DDIC field. So you could see all those fields got added automatically. The field which we bring from HANA table, so that got, and everything will 151 total. It will show under all fields. One from environment, one info object, and this 149 from DDIC. So like that, you can see so all the fields. Similarly, like if we would have, let me just go to the edit. If we would have selected this HANA, so we need to provide the schema details. So let's take suppose this one, HANA field. Let me search any HANA field. Let's select from the top itself. Yeah, so these fields are available. We will select all these fields, save it, go to the display mode. I'll just try to analyze the data if there will be any data. So we could see here. Yeah, so like that, data is shown over here. The old data itself. Yeah, maybe there is data under this one. So that's why it's not showing the data. Otherwise, it could have shown the data. Query is not active initially. So in the HANA Studio, basis team basically creates the HANA tables, right? So that you need to check the details, authorize schema and all, and if you wanted to pull the information from there. Now, if I just go to the environment level, HANA fields. So this is now coming under HANA fields now. So something if you pulled from HANA, then shown under here. Something you will pull from tables, so that will be shown over here. Whatever you will pull from BW, so that will come under BW fields. Okay, so like that, we bring the data from different sources. Yeah, as I mentioned, PAPM tool. Okay, so PAPM tool kind of you can assume like environment. So it's a environment is a calculation unit where you can capture the data, you can do the aggregation, you can do the complex calculations. Okay, as I mentioned initially. So this is what the your environment is in layman terms. So at the environment level, we are pulling the information from different sources, and you can utilize those data in processing or say in doing some sort of calculation, and finally like doing allocations and all. So if I'm saying calculation, so if you wanted to calculate like sort of what we see, you can say like any sort of calculation, not able to exactly tell you like in very layman terms what we can say. So like allocation is one part, but you wanted to structure the data first, right? For the allocation itself. What would be your receiver, what would be your sender and all. So you can structure using these different functions. And this calculation unit, environment is a calculation unit. And this is the calculation unit. See, this is a calculation unit. So once we create the environment, so at the environment level, it automatically create the calculation unit. So under the calculation unit, we can perform the complex calculations, process these cycles. So that's what we can do using this environment. Is it making sense now?
Hey there, ready to level up your supply management skills? Introducing our SAP PAPM CO Expert course. Learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP PAPM CO. Think of it as your toolkit for planning everything, ensuring products flow smoothly from A to B. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff inside out. Your instructors, they're pros with years of experience, dedicated to guiding you and answering your questions. And guess what? Our students rave about this course too. People just like you have found it incredibly valuable. And the best part? It's affordable, so you won't break the bank. Ready to master SAP PAPM CO. Sign up now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
This is the basic guideline that we have to follow. Disclaimer, I will just read out. This presentation, including examples, images, and references, are provided for informational purposes only. Complying with all applicable copyrights laws is the responsibility of the user. Without limiting the rights under copyright, no part of this document may be reproduced, stored, or introduced into a readable system or transmitted in any form or by any means. Credit shall be given to the images taken from the open source and cannot be used for promotional activities. What is profitability and performance management? So SAP PAPM is an analytical tool developed for SAP. So main components of PAPM. PAPM as a business data aggregator. So why we call it a business data aggregator means we can pull the data and utilize the data from different sources, SAP and non-SAP sources. So like if a PAPM is installed on top of S4HANA system, so we can create the views on top of S4HANA tables like ACDOCA, BKPF, all those tables we can create the views and we can utilize the data with the restrictions like suppose we wanted to do the allocations for a particular period, so we can restrict the data for that particular period just to address like ACDOCA will have so many n number of fields, but we don't require the n number. We want only the n minus one number of fields. Apart from that, like using SDA and all functions that we have in SAP PAPM, so we can utilize it and we can utilize that functionality to pull the data from non-SAP system. Even we can pull the data from Excel also. So without the need of data replication. So if we wanted to store the data in PAPM, so that also we could do using the model tables. And if we wanted to just we do not want to utilize the data, so we can create the views. So model views we can utilize. This allows real-time connections with the very fast loading times. So the biggest advantage is it's comparatively much faster. And real-time connections means if any delta record has been inserted into a zero-class system, so that will directly reflect in a PAPM. Okay. Coming to second component of PAPM, PAPM as a calculation engine. So PAPM can process large data volumes, as I mentioned. Yeah, so these are the advantages. PAPM is a flexible application that differs from traditional SAP modules like FICO, which rely on configuration. PAPM uses building blocks, allowing us to customize solution for various business needs. So, like the advantage of PAPM is one we so like we can without replicating the data, we can utilize the different sources. Or even if you wanted to bring the data into PAPM, so that also we can do using the uh, tables, model tables. PAPM features. So, like it's a role-based user environments, built-in functions to real-life data from database tables, views, and other applications. A powerful native HANA calculation engine for rapid processing of intensive allocation and calculation rules. So basically, like you can even if suppose the data volume is very high, so you can process it in parallel. So you can split the data using the partitioning functions available within PAPM, and you can run the allocation cycles and even calculation cycles. So it handles it comparatively much faster because it handles process the functions in parallel, flexible parameters set for simulation and what if scenario. So you will understand this point once I will show in the demo in the system. Built-in integration functions to write data back to HANA tables, BW info providers, and SAP Cloud Analytics. So advantage we have here is uh, we can use the HANA tables directly. We can use the BW info providers directly. We can transfer the data to SAP Analytics Cloud also from PAPM. And we can write back to SAP. Suppose we have done the allocations and we wanted to post back. So adapt the right function, we can achieve it. Okay. So today, is it making sense? What are the benefits of PAPM tools? Because and second part, like the most important part is you can build the model in PAPM without the involvement of ABAP team. So suppose you have done some allocations, so that you do within company code. But if you have to do the perform the allocations from different sources, okay. So how you can achieve it? You might require to do some kind of ABAP coding and all, right? So that will require a lot of effort. But here we could be able to achieve using the data model functions, and we can model as per our requirement, model the functionality like any reports, any calculations, allocations. So those things we would be able to achieve it through PAPM. So without involvement of or very less involvement of technical persons like ABAP or this is a little bit required here. So deployment options we discussed yesterday. Like what are the deployment options we have? Basically, we can deploy on S/4HANA. We can deploy as an standalone solution, and we can deploy on BW system. So suppose if we have deployed on the S/4HANA system. So suppose if you wanted to access any BW info providers, we can directly access it. But in case suppose it is installed in the BW system and we have to use some S/4HANA tables. So how we would be able to do it using the remote function call. So that option is also available in PAPM. I'll just quickly log in and will show you how we can. In PAPM, the allocation function models various allocations, assessments, and distribution, including step down and iterative cycles. So that functions we can achieve it through it. It's a powerful tool for profitability and performance management. Basically, these are the applications. We call it business user applications. Admin, modeling, executions, systems, tools. Okay, and earlier version just ignore it. We saw yesterday how we can check like profitability and performance management as an add-on has been implemented available in this system or not. So I explained yesterday. You can go to the status, see the details and which version we are using. So that also we can check here. The next slide. Okay. So this basically performance management. 300 release and support package level is 30. So this is how we can check the versions. What is there in administration? So basically, first let me tell you about the teams. Yeah. So we can create a different teams, and that this functionality will be done by the basis person, not by us. So in the teams, basically, suppose one group is responsible for performing the allocation. One group is responsible for a particular activity. So we can assign the respective members to that particular teams. And this roles and authorization will be assigned to these teams. Okay. And I will tell you later, teams is grouped with the processes and whatever teams having the roles and authorization, so that person would be able to perform a particular process. Okay, so this is how the teams architecture is, like PAPM 16. So new role, you can create a teams and assign the users. So suppose one uh, team will create for admin. So there we'll add all the admin related business users. Then we can create another teams where we can add all the modeling related business users. Then we can create another teams where we can add all the users who would be responsible for executing or performing a particular activity. So like that, we can create the group, or for the higher management, we can create and provide all the roles for reporting view. Okay, they would be able to access all the reports. Now I'll just demonstrate you on this part, how this what is managed default settings. So suppose let me create some model table here. I'll just click on. I'll just brief discuss in detail about this environment. But for the time being, let me create one field in the environment. We'll discuss this in detail, but for now, just I'm creating go to this modeling application functions. So suppose when we click on start my model, it will launch a browser. Okay, so suppose I am going to create one environment here. So all the environment basically like all the modeling we do within this environment. Okay, so let me just select this, add environment. So I'll select one level below. So environment default 01 something like that. Default 01. Then I'll select here yes, and then default. Then I'll save it. So this is the environment which I had created. We'll discuss about this environment in detail. Okay. So basically, we created this default environment. I'll just open this environment. So environment, go to the environment. See, so this field automatically got copied from the default. Okay. So how this happened, I'll just again brief you. Let me open parallelly this setting. So what I did in the default settings, here in the default settings, I maintained this field. Okay. So suppose this field we are going to use in each and every environment. Okay. So we can make the default settings. So what happened, like when I uh, executed this transaction, start my environments. So in this environment, we went on this page. So this page, so you could see all the environment I created on this page. I created this environment. So when let me just edit and try to create another environment. So once you try to create another environment, so you provide here 3-digit alphanumeric environment ID. So default 02 something sort of. Okay. Then environment version. Yes. So here we are mentioning use default settings. So I'm saying yes. Yes means I'm telling the system whatever we have maintained in the default, okay, just copy all the details in this environment as well. Okay. So like that, you must require to select this yes. User default settings should be yes. Then only the default parameter will automatically come in your new environment, will reflect in your new environment. So these are basically uh, SAP standard, environment. So that you can. So if I just open it, see here, we are maintaining some standard hierarchy, airline profitability and cost management. So in the first node, we are creating the integrate data sources. The second node, we can create data review and update. In the third node, we can create the processing. Fourth node, so if you wanted to keep the standard hierarchy for all the reporting, so all the reporting related function, we would be creating under this node. So we can follow some kind of sort of standard structure for uh, each and every say build build models. Okay, so if we are going to build any new models, we will follow the same standard hierarchy. First would be the sources data, is where from we are pulling out all the data. Then data review and update, then processing. So is it make sense? So suppose here we'll go to this edit mode and we'll add the function. So function, suppose first I will create this node, integrate data source. So I'll just put here data source. So here I'll add node description. Where is description? Okay, I'll just create this one. No, not in the same level, one level below. Okay. Then second, I would create. Second, I would create, say, data review and update. description. Then I will create a processing. Description. Then I will create another node. Reports. Description. So I'll just save it. Okay, so this is the default settings what we had maintained. Now we'll just go back to the models. I will try to create a new model. So let me just go to the edit mode, create another model. So I'll just make it D02. So I'll just make it version 1, default model. Then I'll say, okay, we had created this model now. Let's save it. So, sorry, means at the time of creating the model, you have to select this. Yes, means copy all the default settings. Now I will click continue. See, the same structure has been created under this. We have maintained in the default settings. This is the structure. Okay, the same structure got copied here. Now, if I have to build the model on based on this model, so what I will do, I will add the data sources, all the tables model views under this node. Okay, so say model table empty 001 function type. I'll say model table. I will say okay, and fields will take the environment fields. Save it. Save it. So okay, we need to assign under this. See, so all the tables related data. Okay, we will create under this node, right? So are we not following some hierarchy here? So for all the models, we will have to create this data source, data, all this node. But once we have set this default setting, all the default settings will get copied. If suppose model, we are creating one model for allocation, another model for budgeting and planning. So, but in all the models, it will follow the same structure. Is it making sense? Is that your question, or maybe if not, then please help me understand your question again. Okay, so now second, so modeling overview. So this is basically the statistical reporting of your environments. Biggest environments by function, which environments is utilizing the maximum functions, biggest environments by calculation units. So all this statistical overview you can get from these reports. Biggest environment by statement lines, biggest environments by fields. So this one is using the maximum. So like PAPM IS, this is having the maximum calculate unit. Biggest environment versus by calculation unit. Okay, PAPM 26. So this is statistical overview. You can biggest environment versus by field. So biggest which version is using the maximum fields. Here we could see statement lines, how many functions has been utilized to build a model. So biggest calculation units by function. So it's a kind of just the statistical view we get from this modeling. So modeling overview. So whatever model we have built, so statistical reporting we could see under this using this application transactions. Okay, we'll discuss about this environment now. Okay, so let me just start my environment. So all the modeling we do it in this environment. Okay, modeling means allocations, calculations, uh, bringing the data from different sources. So this is called as the uh, modeling. Okay, these all are basically users applications. These are all are applications. So here, this first initial this is basically your T code, and this is the application name, manage default settings. So if I try to create a new environment, what I can do, I need to go to this edit button. So we can create the new environment, we can edit the environment, we can copy, we can merge, remove, and transport the environment. Okay. So if you wanted to update the description, so we can use this edit function. If something we have already built and we have to suppose in one environment version we have created uh, data sources, what would be the data sources, and same we wanted to use for the other models. So we can copy the environment and we can create the new environment. So that purpose we can use this copy function. Merge, if you wanted to do build merge the two um, environment, so we can use this merge function. Remove, if you wanted to delete something, so we can use the remove function. Okay, so it will get removed from here. Transport, if you wanted to transport so you can save in the particular transport and say okay. And if you do not want to save, you create a new transport. You can create a new transport and you can save under that transport. Okay, so this is these all options are available. Let me create one environment. I'll just create environment 02 version. I would say 1 description environment. So yes means all the default nodes will get copied over there. Basically here environment 02 version 001 already exists. So this is the key combination on which SAP system checks whether like if suppose I make the changes in the environment ID and version, if I'm keeping the same, if there will not be existing with the same combination, again this is also existing, I can change 3. So means kind of keep primary key as a primary key. It is checking based on these two combination. We can say these two are the primary key for the check. This also exists. So let me just make it 2 or even 2 here, version 2. So let me just try. Okay, so this has got created. So as we saw, like environment ID, it's a 3-digit alphanumeric value it accepts, and with the combination of version and environment ID, this is the 2 combination which we have to utilize. Second thing, when we go for the creation of new environment, so here we have option of selecting environment type, node or environment version. So node is basically the kind of description. Okay, so in the node you could see wherever the version is blank. Okay, so all those are basically nodes. Okay, even you can recognize it through this I symbol. So all I basically your nodes, and under that particular nodes you create the environment. So environment is having 2 type, node and environment version. So node is just kind of giving this structure to your environment hierarchy sort of. So once you had created the environment version, okay, so here it can be of 2 type, environment state public or private. So public means will be available for everyone, and private will be available to the authorized uh, users. I'll just save it. Then I will just click on continue. Yeah. So here, this tab basically where we can model the structures using the different functions available within the PAPM tool. So I will discuss about each of these functions one by one. uh, and environment. So if you wanted to make the changes in the environment, basically you click on this environment. If you wanted to hide this one, so you can just click on this one, so you would be able to hide this section, the left section. And if you have to work on this section, so if you have to work on the environment, so what you could do, it's a you could just hide it. Okay. So environment, whenever we create the environment, so we created the environment version here, this one. So once we click on continue, and if we click on the attributes, we can check the function attributes here. So it's basically calculation unit. So first node, this structure is also basically environment version is your calculation unit. So by default, system calculates the calculation unit. Okay. Now I'll just hide this one. Go to the environment and click on edit. So first, let us discuss about these checks. So suppose we have to check, build some check at the environment level. So whatever check we create at the environment level, that check will be applicable for all the business model functions. If I am creating a business model, so if we have put some check over here, so that check would be applicable for all the functions within this environment, not outside environment. Okay. And suppose if we have to do the processing, parallel processing. So here we can use the partitioning functions. Partitioning functions means up to like partition one from here to here. Uh, Run mode, we could select. Generally, we use parallel packaged and batch processes. Okay, there are other options are available. I'm not so much familiar with other options. Generally, we have used this one. Okay. So you can basically partition, and so on this field you wanted to restrict like from you can just give the range here. Okay, from this field you can restrict the range key. Okay, from here to here. So suppose line item HANA line item field you can add here in the partitioning, and at this field line item field you can provide the range. If from this range, so label volume you could put like this, range 1, label this application low value. So you can put give the range from 1 up to 1 million record, from 1 million one record. So like that you can do the partitioning. File formats. So suppose if you have to then conversion types for file format. So once if you have to import the files from servers, so first we keep the file in the AL11 server, and from there we can use create the format. The key what format would be accepted by the from the server. So if in the server we have some file, so it will accept the CSV file name. You can give the file name which file you wanted to retrieve from the servers. So same name should follow there. Once you so you can also use like skip first row, record delimited by, so like how semicolon or how do you want to delimit the fields, uh, field delimited by, optionally enclosed by, time format. So all those things whitelist means you can provide the path here from where you wanted to take the file from. Okay. Then you have this conversion types. So conversion type is applicable when we do the currency conversion. Okay. So like that, we create the check. Suppose we have some fields, check 001, and we wanted to give some warning message or say some sort of like we are doing some allocations and there are some unassigned item and we wanted to throw some warning message key for this cost center or rule is not found. So we can create the checks over there. If suppose or maybe customer is default or something, vendor uh, say product code is invalid, so we can put the check one and we can give these all errors are allowed: abort, error, warning, status information. So we can just select the warning. We can click OK. Then, so we'll discuss each functionality at the environment level. These changes will be applicable for all the functions within this environment. So we are doing this kind of checks, enabling this sort of checks, partitioning and file formats at the environment level. Okay. Once we have clicked on this environment, so this all settings we are doing at the maintaining at the environment level. Now coming to the accessing the data from different sources. Okay. So here we can just hide this one. You can make it bigger if you want it. You want to make it bigger. So first we will create some. Suppose if you wanted to use retrieve the data directly from BW tables. So whatever data source we will consume from BW system, so that will automatically be available here. It will start showing over here BW fields. Similarly, HANA fields. Once we will use any HANA tables, so automatically all the HANA tables will show over here. So basically, this is the HANA table: CNVID, C date, C time. Okay. So this we have consumed in our environment, this source. So if we go to at the environment level and check the HANA fields, so all the same HANA fields is showing coming over here. So this is how the HANA fields we can consume. Basically, this environment info objects and environment fields that you can create within the environment. And this is from whenever you are extracting the data from external sources. This is for internal creation and use case. This is you wanted to consume in your environment from external sources. So this we can use. Okay. So like BW info objects. So BW info objects, if any BW info objects exist, so that we can pull it here directly. So here we could see, we could go to the edit mode. We will click on the this one, then Z customer. Let me just customer group. So this is the info object which is already created in BW system. We'll search for this one, select this one. You can pull this field here. Okay. Like suppose in S/4HANA system, what we do? We generally we create first the data structure, right? And data structure based on the data structure, what we call it data element. So with the reference to the data element, we create the tables, right? So table will hold the data, right? Or maybe we can create the data views, correct? So first we need to create the fields, whatever fields we require to in order to build our model or processing any functions. So that field should be available within our environment. So using this field, we can create the table or so suppose I will just go back. So this is my one field I had created. So what we could do, I will create one model table. So under data source, so I will click on this description empty 001. I will say model table. Model table. Here I would mention model table 4. I'm going to discuss about this function and all in detail, but just wanted to show you one thing. Environment. So we'll select the field from the environment. So this is the field. See, now we are able to, this is kind of table. Okay, we are going to create the table. So this is the field we are going to use in this table. So we would save it and we'll activate this table. Yeah, so this has got activated. So we can maintain the data in this table. So we'll create customer group 01. Okay. So in this table, we wanted to also give the information customer group description. Okay. So what we need to do, I'll just close this one. We'll delete the data. First, let me save it. So once we have maintained the data, we can, if we click on analyze, we could see the data, could see the customer group. So if I'll just delete the data, click on edit, and I wanted to add one more field. Okay. So first, in order to add the field in this table, we need to add the field first at the environment level. So we will go to this environment fields. I'll just make it customer group description. This is going to be the characteristics field, DDIC characteristics. Forget about this thing. I'm going to explain in detail. Just wanted to overview this application today. All these applications. I'll save it. So length cannot be 0. I'll just make it 40. Go to this table. Click on edit. I wanted to add another field. Customer group description. So in order to create this table, I used one BW fields and another field which has been created directly within environment. Okay, I'll save it. I'll click on go and maintain the data. No, I need to first activate this. Then only it will allow to. So once it is activated, we can go and maintain the data. So go to the maintain data. We can maintain the data 01. Domestic customer, something sort of. Okay. So like that, we can create the field, and based on this field, we can create the tables. So we could see we are following some hierarchy here. So data source, under data source, we will create all the tables views. Okay. Processes we will create under this mode. Now let me just go back again to this environment. So we saw like how we can add the environment fields. Let me just minimize this. Click on edit. So how can we minimize this environment fields? Then BW info objects, we have added one info objects fields. So this is the get customer group. I guess we could see this field here. I'll show you later in HANA Studio if I maybe who would be having the more knowledge about the BW system. I'm not the BW expert. I have some just basic knowledge. So BW info objects is you can think like a kind of data element what we have in S4HANA. BW fields means there is a structure uh, in BW that you can utilize directly here. DDIC field. So suppose if you wanted to use any data element directly, like Veblen. Veblen is one of the data element in S4HANA, right? So if you wanted to use this field, so you copy, it will get created automatically. So you can save it. So this is how we can add the fields at the environment level. Info objects, DDIC. BW fields and HANA fields will be available once you will consume the data from BW info providers and HANA database. Then consuming means I'm saying here if we create any table with reference to any BW info areas or HANA fields. So once you will consume the data in this table, so automatically this will reflect here. Yeah, basically there are n number of functions. As we could see here, there are n number of function type here. Okay. So suppose we wanted to create a view based on some BW. Suppose because if suppose PAPM is installed in S4HANA system, so why would we bring the data in PAPM? It would be a duplicacy of data, right? So in that scenario, we would create the view. Okay, but in some scenario, like we require to store the data within PAPM also, so then we will select this model table. Okay, so model table, I will say BW objects. So suppose I'm just going to create the model tables with reference to BW objects, or so I will just say okay. What is the miss? You cannot add the function 300. Oh, okay, not under this one. I need to create under this BW model table, or maybe say let it be model table for now. So BW from BW. Saying I wanted to consume the data from BW system. So BW system is already keeping the data, and so, or maybe let's suppose this is HANA. So I'll select the HANA here, and we'll select the schema. So schema, I guess default schema is a web, but let me just double check. Let's check this schema, HANA table. So I wanted to consume the HANA table. So I'm not sure which is useful. I will just select something randomly. I'm not sure if there will be any data or not. But once I will click select this HANA table, I will save it. So I need to activate this table. Okay. So whatever data is available in this HANA table and field, that will start coming under here. So if I just go and analyze, so if there will be data under this, query is not active. Okay, it is like query created under this HANA, not the table. Let me try to select something else. But I hope this is making sense, right? So let me use this one. Let's see if whenever we are selecting BW source or HANA source, so if I go and try to maintain the data, it won't allow me, because whatever data is there in HANA table, we are going to use the data in our model. Okay, because here we were able to maintain the data, right? Remember, but here we are not been able to maintain the data. We'll discuss this in more detail. I just wanted to give an overview about the complete PAPM tool today. So suppose second part, like once you have consumed this HANA table to create one table in your within your environment. So if you just go to the environment, HANA fields are now coming here. So these fields, like the structure of this table, what we have consumed from this HANA. So structure is like they have these many fields. These many fields. See, I'm not added anything under this HANA field. It is automatically coming over here. Suppose you are creating one environment for allocation. So you require to pull all the information. You require to create all the tables which is required for your allocations, like rule table, sender table, receiver tables, all those things with the relevant fields. Second, you wanted to create another environment for say budgeting or planning, something sort of. So you require to create the data sources. You need to initial page. Once you click on the initial page, it will take you to this environment home page. So you need to create another environment. And if you think generally like you should do like this, otherwise what will happen? If you think like same source will be utilized, okay. So what also you could do now? Yeah, like what you can do, you can create another node like allocations. So same data source can be used because this is in the same environment, right? So allocations, whatever data is required, model, if we have this data sources, right? Different data sources, right? So we can use in this allocation functions, building this allocation model. So suppose we have transfer pricing. So transfer pricing, if we have to use the same data sources, so we can use within this environment. We don't require to create the separate tables. Yeah, node. Why I'm saying node, even if you will not create the node, then also system will allow. But this is this will help you understand. Even you joined as a new person, or even yes, even I will not explain you. You could tell me like this is for valuation perspective, this is for calculation perspective, right?
Yes.
So node is very hierarchy. You maintain some standard hierarchy so that you easily recognize what you have created, what model you have created for what purpose. So we have seen these concepts, then these concepts. Then here we have two options: historize and modeling flow. So suppose any model, if you just click on this flow, so it will tell you how the flow is happening from one function to another functions. So what is the input, what is the output, all those things you will be able to. Let me take some small things. So this will give you the visuals. Okay, it will be difficult now for to understand, but later on maybe I'll show you in some small where we have very small number of functions used, like whatever we have created recently. So probably we can see the modeling overview under this. Now, historize. Other option we have is historize. So historize basically, suppose you have one running model, okay, you are able to perform the allocations, and there is some additional requirement which you wanted to start the changes into this model. You can click on this historize. What will happen? It will retrieve, it will keep the version till that time. So suppose one particular time it is running, and if you wanted to make the changes, start the changes, set the changes, then you will historize first. So if you messed up something, so you would be able to retrieve that version from that point of time. Historize means I'm going to come on this point. Just understand that we can keep the version. Okay. So
Okay.
I'll explain you once because we have to discuss about these executions and all. Still, we have yeah. So execution overview. So once let me just click on this one. This is mainly for your monitoring all the whatever process you have performed now. So you could monitor your processes, what is taking more time, who has uh, executed it. You can have a different view, all minimum, average, maximum. So this is the monitoring perspective for the admin team. Okay, which function is taking much time, which is running in parallel. All those things will be monitored by. It's a statistical overview for the technical person. Okay, and a runtime function, NW runtime function, processed records, unprocessed records. So all those things they would be able to monitor. So here we have this option. Start my activities. So as I mentioned initially, like we create the teams, okay, and teams based on our teams is on top of that we mapped with the processes. So on top of model we assign the process. Process is linked to the teams. So all the people under that team would be able to see in their activity my activity. Okay, so whatever activities I'm allowed to do and all. Sorry, this is not this part. Uh, my activity manage and develop processes. Yeah. So here, like we could see the activities which I am supposed to perform. All would be available to me. Okay. If I'm not supposed to perform any activity, let me see if I can show you perform the activity and show you. So maybe just like I can click on run and the activity will be performed. So I can complete this activity. Then launch, we can do the analysis and launch Excel means if AO means if analysis office is installed in your system, so you would be able to download the data in this and you would be able to uh, verify the data. Okay, so this once the run is completed, you would be able to view the results of. Then we have go to visual modeler, configuration, execution flow, application log. So configuration. So behind this, what is the model? What is the functions? If I click on this one, it will show you direct allocations. So behind this, what all sort of things has been consumed and what are the steps that we are performing in order to do the direct allocations. So direct sender. So input function is direct sender. Okay. So where is the direct sender? So this is the table, model table we are using in this direct allocation function. So like that we can see it. Okay. Visual modeler. So we can get the visuals. Okay. You can see the execution flow. I'm not sure why this is not getting open. Yeah. So next is application log. So suppose once you run the application, so it checks if there is any error, if there is it failed or all any warning message. So you would be able to monitor using this applications log. In the background, it generates the application log. So once you perform it, it will automatically show all the logs related to it. So like function ID, function, which function you have executed, text. So this will give you the detailed information, what happened, execution of function this, finished in app server this is successfully completed. Results, record, process, all these details would be available here. What time, all those information you could see over here. Okay. Even if you wanted to bring some more information, so you can just click on settings and you can pull more information, activity, calculation, check if any checks are there. Okay. So now I will just open my activities, my events. Okay, so as I mentioned, my activities, once we perform the my activity, in the background, it creates also the events. Events is basically your logs of your activities. So suppose you have encountered some error. What you could do, how you wanted to handle the error. So you can create the rules. Okay, if suppose one cost center there is no uh, receiver for it, so how do you want to? That will go to the unassigned, right? So you can create the rules for it to handle those scenarios. Maybe there will be other couple of examples. So best you can create the rules and event will be able to manage based on the rules you have created. So this is your reports. What you could do, you could just click on launch. So it will show you all the elements under this one uh, in this report. Okay. So you could just do the run simulation. So run simulation is basically maybe there is no data, something like that. So that's why. Otherwise, it will show you. Let me run some other report. Yeah. So you could view the result. Okay. You could see it in chart format. You could see the value flow also, like from from here to where the data is going. So like kind of flow. So in hide, if you wanted to uh, like it will show you all the fields row available for this report. You could bring into row. You can customize your report structure. Like you can bring into row or in column. So you can just click on this. Will show as a column. So this is basically where we can do the analysis of our report. So this is another advantage of SAP. You can do the simulation without the posting. You can do the simulation. So like in S/4HANA system, you cannot do the simulations and all, right? Basically, this is for what if analysis, if and what you can do some filter and all. We can do some analysis based on that. Next, manage and deploy process. So we see here like my activities. I'll open this and also open this one. Yeah, so this activities means what all activities I am responsible for based on which team I have been, my user ID is assigned to, and a team is responsible to perform which all process and activities. that will be shown over here. So this is process, and under this process, these are the activity we have to perform. So, but where we do the deployment of the process? This is the app where we do the deployment of the process on top of models. So once we have built the model in environment, so we create the process. Process means list of activity, and activities process will be linked to the teams. If this team would be doing this process, these all activities will be performed by these teams. Able to relate this admin manage teams and environment. Here we created the models, and here we are deploying the process. Able to link all these three, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So here basically we have the option deploy, suspend, complete the process. So basically here we deploy the process. We'll discuss in detail. So whatever is in those you could see here in my activities. So if you have created any process and not deployed or in open state, so that will not be it will not be available in the activities. My activities, this report I'm referring to, this report. Start my activities. Start my activity means what all activities I am responsible to perform. Okay. So this manage of processes happens on top of models. We deploy the processes. Okay, so these are the models we have defined, and we are going to perform these activities. Activities one, this model, direct allocation. Activity two, writer direct functions. Means maybe we are going to post back to the SAP system. So all those things we are going to direct sender query, direct receiver query, output query. So those all activities we are going to perform. So this is, you could see, is set okay, okay. This is none, none, none. So this is not executed. Here you could see the status. So deployed and all. Yeah. Then moving to the system reports. So application monitor. So applications, once we run the applications, it generates the log. So we would be able to monitor the application if it's taking longer time or sort of things we could monitor through. So this will be monitored by the admin team, application monitor. So suppose we perform some uh, allocations and it failed. So we could see, oh, we did some activation. So we could see this is activation got failed. This is my user ID when it was performed. So we could see the log, why it failed, all those things. If we click on this one, so it will show you the details here. Environment and version. So I tried to create some invalid environment with the versions, so that's why it failed. Such a warning message also we could see. Select this one. Maybe log got deleted. Yeah. So this one could see all the logs related to this activity which I did. I run something, so all those things are shown over here. So process monitor. So process once we do the process, so process we could monitor through this one. Process monitor. We could monitor all the process. Then show modeling history. Once you click on this one, so I was mentioning initially here like historize. Historize option is there. So you wanted to restore at that particular point of time. So once you click on historize, the same you could see over here. So this one, suppose this one, I historize on a particular point of time. So if after that, if you started any changes, what I could do, I made some changes after that. But I wanted to retrieve this version. I will click on retrieve this version. The historize function. Once you will click on historize, then you would be able to restore. Means you could see here in this history report. So, and you would be able to retrieve that particular version. Understanding now, suppose we have one running model XYZ. So XYZ, we clicked on historize. So XYZ data at that point of time, whatever was the structure of this model. So that will get historized. You could see over here. So after that XYZ, you started on top of that, you started making some changes. But you realized like you messed up with things. So you wanted to revert back to the XYZ. So you can click on retrieve versions because that version is historized already. So you could be able to see whatever version is available here, at what point of time you have done the historization, you would be able to retrieve any point of time. Suppose you retrieve to this version, then again you wanted to retrieve to this version, so you could be able to do that. You just click on this version, so this version will get restored. Then you select, you come back to this history report and version history report, and again you click on this one. So this version will get restored. Now tools, activate functions. So if you remember, I clicked I clicked on edit and there is active version, active um, button is there. We are able to activate directly. So in case if it is not working and we have some issue in the Fury app, so Basis can activate from the background directly this version. Then run function. So if you wanted to run any calculation unit, so you can run it through this way. Like you need to enter the environment, like initially when we were creating the environment, so basically we enter the environment ID and version. Okay, this is the primary key to identify any version. So we can select the environment version and which process we wanted to execute. We can even execute in background. We can schedule the process. Okay, some process we wanted to execute in background, we would be able to do it using this tool. This we can ask the admin team to do. Again, if we wanted to delete some run in simulation, we can delete. We can first do the simulation, and if required, we can do the model table data. So if you wanted to delete the model table data of this particular environment, this particular version, this particular calculation unit of this function, so we can just. So what all information do we require here? So our environment ID say is EV2, version is 1, and I wanted to delete the data of this table, MTT0. So I'll just enter the function MTT01. Okay, so it will delete the MTT1, MT001 data.
Hey there, ready to level up your supply management skills? Introducing our SAP PAPM CO Expert course. Learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP PAPM CO. Think of it as your toolkit for planning everything, ensuring products flow smoothly from A to B. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff inside out. Your instructors, they're pros with years of experience dedicated to guiding you and answering your questions. And guess what? Our students rave about this course too. People just like you have found it incredibly valuable. And the best part? It's affordable, so you won't break the bank. Ready to master SAP PAPM CO. Sign up now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
How can we check the profitability is PAPM is installing your system? So there is deployment options. You can deploy on cloud, on premises, and you can deploy as an standalone system or on S4HANA or on BW system. So these are the deployment options we discussed. Then about all the applications within PAPM. and how we can leverage those applications we are going to see in details, but kind of overview we saw in the last session. So administrations. So under administrations, we have the teams to form the teams. So like we can form the teams, and we will group all the business users which would be performing the same. Yeah. So under teams, we have the same users who would be performing the same activity. So then teams will be linked with the processes. So and process will have activities. So whatever business user is responsible for the same activities to perform, so they will be grouped under the same teams. Then we discussed about environment, how we can create the environment. Manage default settings. So whatever we will do, maintain the manage default settings. So when we create a new environment, and that will get carried over to the new environment. That's based on the uh, default settings. So all the default settings things will be carried over. So modeling, under modeling, we have some modeling overview, environment functions, calculation units. It might have been taking time. So biggest environment which is having maximum number of calculation units, maximum number of functions being used within that environment. So that statistical visuals we can get from here. Biggest environment and the environment versions by statement, by fields. So all the details, statistics we can see from here. Then my environment. So this is the main node application where we are going to do the modeling. So all the modeling consultant would be responsible for. So like generally, consultants will be taking care of this modeling part. So all the modeling, once we double click on this, so it opens the home page of the environment. And within that environment, we can have multiple calculation unit. So under one environment, under this environment, we can have multiple calculation unit. So environment, under environment, we can create a environment node and environment versions. So environment node is basically you don't provide the versions here. Versions would be blank. And for environment versions, like if I just go to the edit mode, so if I click to create the new environment, so here we provide the environment ID, which is a 3-digit code, alphanumeric code, and we can create environment type either as a version or node. Node is basically to structure your hierarchy. Okay, so user default settings. So as I mentioned, whatever we maintain at the default settings level. So once we select yes, so that the default settings will be carried over to this new environment version. So uniquely, one version will be identified with the combination of environment ID and versions. So this you could say like these two combinations are the primary key for the uniquely identifying the versions. Then here we could provide the description of the versions. So here environment type we have node and version. So once we select node, then version is not mandatory. Once we select environment versions, so it becomes mandatory. Without it, it won't allow you to save. So once you have created your environment versions, you can. So these are the possible functions. What you can do with the versions. Sorry, environment versions. Like you can create a new versions. You can edit if something you wanted to edit. You can copy the versions. You can merge the versions. So two versions can be merged into single version. Remove the versions if you wanted to remove. Transport if you wanted to transport this complete version. Or this is for the importing from lower system to the higher system, like from development where you are doing development of the models and transporting this into your QoS then production systems. So we have these many functions possible with our environments. Now let me go to the switch to the display mode and let me select any version. where we have created. Okay, so suppose we have this version. So as soon as we create the, so like how can we navigate between this screen? So suppose this is the version. If you wanted to go into the detail, so you click on continue button. If you wanted to go back to the environment homepage, so you click on this initial page. So it will take back to the environment, my environment page. Like we can using this button, we can search. If like suppose some versions we have to search and we just remember some code, so we would be able to search the particular environment versions. Then we have these settings. So layout, just to arrange the layout and all. Then in environment is state public and private. So public would be available to accessible by everyone. Private would be only accessible by uh, authorized people. So this will be controlled by your administrative team and edit. So if you wanted to create a new version, so we need to click on this edit button. Now let me go back to so once we have once we are in this modeling environment base, so here like what are the features available. So we discussed about environment functions. So like once we wanted to modify this environment, so we can click on this edit button. So today we are going to discuss about these features in detail, but let me just save it. I'm not going to make any changes here. So at the environment level, if you wanted to add any field or any parameter, so what we do, we click on this environment and we could see all the environments field available over here. So I will just go into create a new environment, and today we will focus on this field creations. What are the options available? And we got the overview like what is the significance of once we into this tab. So these fields would be, it will show you this further details like all fields, BW fields, TDIC field, HANA fields. All these fields will be shown over here. So we discussed like environment info objects and environment fields that we create internally within environment, and same can be the same fields can be utilized. All the fields which is available within environment can be utilized by any functions that we are going to use. These are the functions basically. So we would be focusing today of creation of the field options. Then checks we have, if you wanted to put some checks at the environment level, so we create under check. Partitioning, like if we wanted, if we have the huge volume of data to process, so we do the partitioning. File formats, this is when we import the data from servers. Conversion types, as I mentioned, like this is when we have to do currency conversions, so that will be useful. Then advanced tab. So here we have like when we have to access the remote functions. So so remote function call we do. Suppose in one scenario, like if SAP within SAP, if S4HANA, if PAPM is installed, so we could directly access the HANA tables, SEDOCA tables. We can write back to the SEDOCA tables. So on and so forth. But when suppose in the other scenario, when suppose this is implemented on say uh, BW system, okay, but we wanted to access the HANA tables, so then we require to do the remote function call. Okay, so like that we can do it. Now coming to So these are the basic overview of environment, what we discussed yesterday. If you have to make any changes, you need to click on this edit button and then save it. So I'm not going to make any changes right now. Now, what I could do, like here, so apart from this environment, we have the historize options. Means at a particular point of time, if you wanted to historize, so we can historize the environment calculation unit. So means at a particular point of time, that version will be can be retrieved at any point of time if we have done the historize. Then modeling flow. So if you wanted to take a look at the modeling flow, so where the data is, how the data is flowing between here and there, overview we can get. Environment reports processing data. So all this process we can see over here. We'll go into the detail of this modeling flow, but and if you wanted to hide this section, left section, so we can click on show hide. So if you wanted to enlarge this screen, understood about these buttons, and then coming to this button. So if you wanted to display, you click on display. If you wanted to modify something, so then add any functions within this environment. So what we could do, we could just edit, and then this button will be available for you to use. So we can add a new function, we can delete the function, we can see the properties of it, and we can activate the functions, we can copy the functions. So we are going to discuss in detail today about this functionalities. Then coming to environment, so we are going to discuss in detail about fields. What are the options, and how do we create the fields? So those we are going to discuss today in details. Yes, I'll just close this. Once this is done, so next, basically, like suppose in the ABAP side, if you look at the versioning of the ABAP code, so suppose you have developed some report and you have to make some changes, and that report is working, okay, and later on some requirement came in, and you have to modify the ABAP code, okay, but you wanted to create a version of it, okay, so then you click here on the historize options. So once we click on this historize option, so this is basically in this is a different screen. So modeling history. So once we historize here, so it will create the this is today itself. Now you could see it has created one version of it. So suppose I started modifying the model, but later on I messed up something. So I wanted to retrieve to this original person. So what I could do, I need to historize where from we have to start the changes, means the running system. Okay, where till that point of time, if you have tested successfully, so we can historize and create a version of it. And suppose we made some changes in the models. Suppose I click on historize. So in this report, so modeling history. So in this report, it will create one version of this environment. So if suppose after that, what I did, I started modifying this environment. But later on, we realized I messed up something. So I wanted to retrieve to this versions where from we have started the change. Because I historize it, I would be able to retrieve to that particular version. In production system, only this executable functions would be available. This executable portions, like this is modeling. So this will be taken care by your consultants. Like we generally give the service to the companies, right? So we will have this access to build the models. Once the model is built, then we can create the processes. So process will be linked to the teams, and teams under teams, like there will be one team would be taking care of the AP part. There will be separate team would be taking care of the budgeting part, planning part. So those will have processes will have these activities. The activity one means do the allocation run. Activity two, do the post back to the SAP system. Activity three, do the analysis of the what we had posted. So like that, these are the options. Activities can be defined under a particular process. Person who will have so my activities, the business user will have access to this only. Okay, because this is all our business related things, monitoring things. So business does not require this. So
Okay.
if I click this one, so I'm responsible for these activities to perform. Because this is the test systems, I'm able to view all the processes. Generally, I would be able to view only which is assigned to a particular teams. Processes is linked with teams. Teams will have the authorizations. So like that. Make sense?
Okay.
So in short, we could say only production. These things would be available. So suppose when we go for the creation of table, okay. So what we require first? We require to create the data element, right? And data element will have the like domain value, like what would be the type of the data element, what would be the length of the data element, correct? So similarly, if we have to create the model table, so before that we required these fields. So that based on these fields, we could be able to create the tables. Okay. So now I am going to create one fields within environment. So if I do create any field within this environment, so that is available to use by any of the functions which we would be creating under this environment. And one more thing, like this, when we create, when we create the environment, so in this environment, this automatically, this got created. This is called calculation unit. Okay, it automatically creates the calculation unit. You can see when once we click the function type, so we could see this is a calculation unit. Okay, now I will go to this edit mode, and first I need to go to this edit mode. Click on this environment field. So as soon as you will go to switch from display to edit mode, so this button will be available for you for the addition of and creation of and deletion of field or copy of the field. So copy from the existing one. So suppose I am going to create one field. So when we go for the creation of a new field, so it basically we need to provide the technical name, like uh, as we put like GJH here. Okay, so we require to put the technical name like GJH. So we can provide the description, fiscal year. Then we have this field type. Field type, what are the field types options are there? Characteristics, key figure, unit. So this will be created as a characteristics, not as a key figure. Key figure where we do the perform the calculations. Those only consider as the key figures. Okay, like quantity, any sales quantity, any sales amount, any purchase amount, any purchase quantity. So all those things will be considered under your key figure. So GJSR would be considered as a characteristics. Class. So we have two classes, field and parameter. So field is basically where in which we store the data. So like fiscal year data, we would be storing within a table within this field, under a table within this field. Okay, but parameter, something we take as an input, like when we run this table. Extras, content, where is content? Maybe we can directly click on here. So this is the input for us, okay, before we execute this report. So this will be useful once we'll discuss the processes. So this parameter we would create and discuss in detail. For now, let us create the fields. Okay, then DDIC. So DDIC type, either we can select character, dates, time, numeric, and string. So if the text is numeric text, so we can select only if we have to restrict for the numerical values. Okay, so then in that case we can select the numeric text. If it is a date field, then we can date format. Okay, for any string character, so we can select this string character. For this case, GJHR, either we can select CHAR or we can select numeric text. So let's select numeric text. I'll just say OK and we'll save it. Okay, so we are getting the error. Its length cannot be 0. So here we need to provide the length for this. Okay, so now if I save it, so I will be able to save it. As soon as we create the environment fields under this node, so this will be this will start this will become visible in the all fields. So basically all the fields which has been created under info objects, environment fields, BW info objects. So all these fields start getting visible in the all. This is the consolidated view of all these tabs. Okay. So if you select here fields, so here you could see field sources environment field. Means under this node we have created this field. Once we will create the info object, so let me first create the info object, get the better clarity, or let me just create another environment fields, or if or maybe let me just tell you one more thing. Suppose this field, so I wanted to make this as a master field. So here we could see the option master checkbox. So as soon as we will click check this checkbox now, so this field will be now it is grayed out. This will be become available for us to select. Okay, so let me just select this one. So see, this has now become accessible. Okay. Now hierarchy. Hierarchy I will discuss later. So basically, if you wanted to maintain the hierarchy for cost center, profit center, so then at that point of time you can make it as a hierarchy field. Then you can, once you create the hierarchy, then you can mention the hierarchy name here. Then lowercase. So ideally, the system accepts the data in uppercase, but once you select this checkbox, then it would be this field would be available for accept the take the lowercase data. Okay, so right now I'm not going to select this one. I'll show you the significance of this one later on. So as soon as we create this master data, so opening master data, I need to see. So as soon as I create it as a master data, so if I click on the edit button, so now we can input the value. So 2024. So suppose and 2023. So apart from that, we have the option if you wanted to delete any field. So we can go to the edit mode. We can select the field and we can delete the data. If we wanted to import the data from Excel sheet, so we can click on this one and we can select the file. All the file spreadsheet file will show over here. You can select this and the data will be get uploaded into this field. Then we have export data. So suppose you have data and you wanted to do the analysis. then you can export to the spreadsheet. And if you are wanted to search for any fields, so you can use this button and you will be able to search the particular field. I will just save it. So what is meant by master data means, suppose if I create any table and in that table I wanted to fill the data. So the F4 functions, like here, when we go for the company code, so this button is available. So master data will be available. So once you click on this button, I'll discuss about these functions in detail. For uh, just add the fields here. So if I click on edit button, so see here, this is available now to take the input from. So whatever data we had maintained already. Is it making sense? Okay, what is the use of master? How can we make this master data? What I just tried to explain you, like functionality of this checkbox. So let me just create another environment field so that we can understand the concept of hierarchy. So suppose we wanted to maintain the our our cost center in a hierarchy. Okay. So what I will do, I'll just create this field. So by default, system propose the name. You can either change it or we can leave it as it is. So I'll just make it cost center. I'll just select the field as characteristics. It's a field, class field, and DDIC, again, character. I'll just save it. Then what I will do, I'll just make it hierarchy. So now I will just save it. Length cannot be 0. I'll make it length of 10. Then again I'll save it. Click on this open master data. So once we will make it hierarchy, so you could see this these two fields will start appearing here. Okay, for that particular field, what we currently define field 001. So suppose you would say product one or say admin. So we would say 1001. I will make it node. Okay, 1002. Okay, so description I would say admin hierarchy. So I'll put the parent value admin. See, we have not created this as a master data. So that's why this is not giving me the option, this search options. Okay. Now I will just save it. Understood the concept of hierarchy. So under this admin, we have two cost centers. So able to follow me this concept, the master and hierarchy concept. So here, like cost center field, this field, we wanted to maintain the hierarchy. So then we select here hierarchy. Then only we would be able to maintain the hierarchy. Because for this field, if I click on this open master data hierarchy, so this node and all node and parent value field is not appearing, right? Column is not appearing, correct? For this field, when we make it hierarchy, so if I click on this one, it's showing inserting a two new columns here. if I make it master field as well, just let me make it. So you understood the concept of master and hierarchy, okay? Now we will create this environment info object. So basically, have you heard about this concept called say uh, what we call it ADSO, Advanced Data Store Object. So that is the BW concept. Okay. So basically, I will just go to this RSA1T code. I am not expert in BW. Just for an idea, I just wanted to show you something. Something went wrong here. Somebody might have crashed the system. Okay, basically, like once we create the field here. So let me create one field. Maybe how we can see it in RS7. That part I will explain it later. But let me create at least the field. So once we click on edit button, so we need to provide the field name over here, the description of the field, then say BW fields. I will make it BW001 info object 00101 something like that. Field type again I will keep characteristics. Either you can provide the reference info object if already there. Otherwise, you can create the info object here. So you need to start the naming, giving the name by like 0000123 something like that, starting from Y letter. That only it will accept. If you provide some other 1 2 3 4 5, so it will not allow you. 2 3 4 is not a valid info object name. This is basically BW concept. So characteristics, we need to put 0000123 something like that, starting from Y letter. That is the mandate things. Once I click on OK, click save. So in the background, we would be able to find this in the RSA1. We would be able to find this. Even we create these things from here, from say environment level, but it will create the info object in PW system if it has been installed in PW system. I will update the okay. This is not getting inserted in Sidoka data. Okay. Data type cannot be received. Let's make it characteristic. Save it. Yeah, so this got created, and again we could see this is appearing, it started appearing here. So this is the consolidated view, whatever field we have added in the respective nodes. So be all will be visible here in this. So once we click on display button, so now let me just go back again. Maybe I was just creating it, so that might be the reason. But no, still something is strong. Someone might have created this field. Not sure who has created this field. Our is Y00123. Okay, let me check if I have created in some other. So it looks like now something is incomplete for the creation of this field. Like right now, we saw the error for our object in object, right? So okay, it is telling M version, A version. So this is the last which is left. TCS PAPM training on. Do we have any such BW objects? The error is because of incomplete environment paying objects. I will check it later. Some if I made this mistake or someone else has done it, I'm not really sure about it. I need to check this. Something is the error with this. Once we close this environment, once we create this info object, so in the background it creates the info object and which we could see in RSA1. I've not been able to show you in that RSA1, but now we saw how to create the info objects. We saw like how to create the environment fields. Now BW info objects. So if I click on this now, if suppose there is any info objects, so what we could do, we can consume directly from there itself. If I click on this button, so these are the fields available within BW. So we can consume the fields directly, info objects directly from BW. If I click here, so okay. Now next BW fields and is HANA fields. So, like if we wanted to consume any BW info source, info provider, so we can once we'll consume here in the function, automatically those fields will start appearing here, like HANA fields. So suppose we build any views on top of ACDoka. So all the ACDoka field will start appearing here. HANA fields will start appearing here. ACDoka is not HANA fields basically. Those are called DDIC fields. HANA fields are basically we have this uh, HANA Studio. So under this, in the HANA database, base system creates some HANA tables, HANA views and all. So if we consume any data from HANA uh, database sources, so those fields will start appearing here. Same for the BW. I'll show you, but let me use this DDIC field first. See here, for BW fields and DDIC fields. This plus button is available for DDIC fields, but for BW, this is not available. For HANA fields, this is not available. Means we cannot uh, consume a field because we consume the data from the tables. Okay. So DDIC field, suppose we wanted to search for, say, we call GJ. Yeah. So whatever all the data element, C11 data element, now you could see here. Any other also, if you wanted to. So if I just click on OK, so this is giving error because we already have created one field with the name GJAHI. So what we could do, we can create with a different name. We already created this environment fields with name GJHR now. So that's why it didn't allow to create with you the DDIC field with the same name. Now we could see all the fields available here. Now what I will do, I will start creating the model tables. So we have seen how we can add the fields from info object. From we can create internally within environment level the info objects and the fields, and how we can pull the DDIC fields, how we can pull the uh, BW info objects. Okay, info objects is like kind of data again. But if you want it, this will start appearing once we'll consume any table directly, so that then it will start visible here. Now I click on this model. I'll now discuss about this modeling. So in the modeling, we have information functions. When we do the modeling, we use the different type of functions. Functions are the building block of PAPM. Okay, PAPM models. If you have to build any model, like a locations model, calculation model, so there are n number of functions available. What do you mean by functions? So if I go to this edit mode, so here this is the calculation unit. So under calculation unit, we create the default functions and save it. Let me try to create another function. So here we have, this is the function ID and this is the description. So suppose I wanted to give information. Function type, I'll say description. Okay. So here we have n number of type of functions. Okay. Basically, these functions, model BW, model RDL, model table, model view, these are called the information functions. Means pull the we bring the data from different sources using these functions. Then there is a calculation functions. So which all are calculation functions? So if you wanted to do aggregation, so this is basically aggregating the data. But if you wanted to do any sort of calculation, join and all, so these are all called the calculation function. Join, function transfer pricing, derivation, conversion, condition, calculation unit. So basically, uh, this fund transfer, join, conversion, conditions, these all are called the calculation functions. So like that query function. So for building any report, so we have the query function. Remote function adapter. So if you wanted to post back to SAP, so then we use the remote function adapter. So I just going to create this description function, data sources, and I'll just say okay. Okay. So we need to select one unit below. Once we have created this data sources, under this we'll create all the functions which is related to data. Means whether we are pulling the data from Excel, where from S4HANA or any other system. So I'll just click on this one. So when we go for the creation of function, so this is called as the function ID. So function, like we can give the function name like empty. If it is a model table, so we can give our name as empty001. If it is a model view, so we can give a name like M001. Just the naming convention. It's a 5-digit code, whatever you wanted to put. Otherwise, SAP automatically also provides the populate the function ID. Let me make it empty001. I'll say model function, model table, source environment, ENV. So means we would be using the data element, which data, the field which we created within environment. So that we wanted to use and create the environment table, model table. So function type. So we will select function type here, model table. Then we have event handling. So in the yesterday session, we see whatever we do perform any action, so it creates the log of it. We select here logging. By default, it selects the logging or management. This logging is like creates the, by default it will create the log. If you wanted to manage the log through events, so like if suppose as I mentioned during the allocations. So suppose something got unallocated. So we wanted to handle those scenarios. So we select the management. Okay. So if any cost center does not have the defined rule where the value will go. So in that case, we'll select a management event handling as management. But when we select logging, it automatically creates the logs whenever we do any action like creating any model table, creating any field. So it will be creating the log in the background. So here, like we are going to source from environment. So we wanted to consume the environment fields, what we defined a while ago. You select here environment. This default no and yes will understand this concept. So now let us select this plus button. So all the environment fields would be available to be for the creation of this model table. Okay, as I mentioned, like for ACE element BKPF table. So what we first do, we first create the data element, and with using those data elements, we create the structure or SAP tables, right? So whatever field we wanted to utilize, so we can say GJSR and field this one. Cost center and fiscal is relevant for us and this field. So I'll select yes, okay. So based on this environment fields, we would be able to create the model table. I'll save it. So once we saved it, so we can maintain the data. We can click on analyze the data. So as we don't have, okay, this function is not active. So once we have created the table. So active status, you could see this is status is. So once we will activate it, how does it looks like? I will tell you. Yeah, once you activate it, you would see this tick mark. Okay, so there is two way to activate any function. So one is this one. You select this function and click on this one. Otherwise, you select this one and this is the activation button. You can activate from here. Otherwise, if some function is not working and you wanted to because it is not active, so as I mentioned, this is the place activate function. So this will can be done by the basis team. We created this environment field. Like if I create, so we selected logging. Okay. So as soon as we created this table MD001, right? We created this table. So in the background, it generated the log of it, right? We created whatever action we perform in this table now, see the history, the log for everything has got generated. Correct? Today itself, this is my ID, this is the current date. So whatever you action you perform, so you can see in this node. Once you click on the show application monitor, so application log will be generated. So this is a good tool for auditing purpose as well. Okay. Now we will see we created this model table with sourcing the field from environment fields. Okay, to the display mode. Now we'll create another table sourcing the BW fields. So we saw this now in the environment level. In the environment level, we have this BW fields and HANA fields. Okay, so based on that, let's create the model table. So automatically also it is creating the functions ID, but we can put like MT001 model table source BW. Okay, so based on BW fields, function type we would select model table, model BW. Okay, so I'll just say okay. So we created this. So here we could see business warehouse options, and we can select the provide the BW info provider. Let me see if GCA is there. Yeah, here we have save it. So activate this function. Activated this function. Now what we could do, once we go to the display mode, see in this case when we created this environment field, so this tab is appearing, maintain data. But when we source from BW table, so we don't have this option maintain data, right? Means in this case, we can maintain the data directly here, okay? But in case of this field, BW, when we source from BW, it will whatever data will be available in BW info provider, the same data will flow. Okay, means we can RSA is not working. So I'll show you something. I will try to check some data. Okay, but right now, as I mentioned, I'm not the expert in this. So this is how you could activate the and pull the data from BW system. Whatever data would be maintained in this info provider, same will show under here. But generally, like it's a kind of replication of data, right? So generally, like whenever uh, we have to utilize the BW data, so we don't create the model table. Instead, we create the model view. Okay, so it will be picking up the data directly from BW rather keeping the data within PAPM. Okay, makes sense. Now I will show you to create the table based on HANA. Okay, one second. So as I mentioned, I I source from BW info provider, right? So in the environment, if I go to this BW info objects now, okay, BW info objects now. So this has got added itself. So once you consume the data from BW, automatically those fields will also get added. I'll show you quickly the structure of this one. So these are the fields: cost center, GL account segment, MNT. So in the environment, we'll see these fields: cost center, GL account segment, MNT. This all got added here automatically. Okay, clear? Now I'll source the data from some other. So I'll just create a model table 003. I will source it from say HANA. So let me HANA table. Let me select the model table. Here I will select HANA. So we need to provide the HANA schema, database schema details and table details. So by default, if it is installed in S4 HANA system, so default schema you could select ABAP for testing purpose, and this PAPM system is installed on top of S4 HANA itself. So we could check it. Otherwise, what is the other way? Uh, and we need to synchronize. So all the fields available in this table will be shown over here. So you can save it. Okay. So once you will save it. So all these fields, client, filter, filter con, you can now see in the environment enough fields. So those fields are started appearing here. once you consume the HANA table, so those fields will get added. Now we could activate this table. We can. So here also, when we utilize the HANA table or BW table, so analyze, we can just view the data if there is any data. No data is available. Okay. There is no data. Now we will utilize some other data dictionary like MT0014, and I will this time utilize from source from model table, source from source DDIC. DDIC means ACDOCA, CSKs, all these tables. Generally, we don't create the model table, we create the model view. It's based on data dictionary. I'll just put here CSKs. So all the CSKs field will start appearing here. So this is basically the source field from here to here. Okay. And these are the fields that will appear in your environment. So if suppose you wanted to change the name of the field in environment, so you can make it one, you can underscore v1, something like that. You can make the changes. If you wanted to make the changes in the description, so you can put like description like 3. So here you could see automatically system created this one as cost center 2, because we already have created descriptions cost center 1, cost center and cost center 1. So that's why system automatically made it cost center 2. I will show you before adding this one. I will show you. Let me just save it. So in the environment, we already have cost center description related fields. If you see here, so cost center is there, cost center 1 is also there. So system automatically populated the description as cost center 2. Okay. This one. So let me just go back to the edit mode. Click on synchronize. So all the fields, it will start showing over here. I'll say if you wanted to exclude any field, we can exclude by selecting this checkbox, whatever field we wanted to exclude. We'll say okay, we'll save it. And if you try to maintain the data for this one, it won't allow. Let me activate this. Okay, activated already. Let's try to maintain the data. Data maintenance is not supported. Only supported model table sources environment. Yes, it will be supported only for this one, maintain data. If we try to maintain the data for BW, there is no button itself. If you try to HANA table also, it won't support. Okay, makes sense? Because it will fetch the data directly from HANA table. This will fetch the data from BW info provider. This will fetch the data from CSKS directly. We can analyze the data. So just click on this one. Cost center field. Let me pull the cost center field, or let's pull the profit center field. See, all the profit center is appearing here. Maybe we can just remove joint venture and all. profit center, cost center, responsible person. So we can pull cost center. So like that we can pull it. If you wanted to put the filter, so what we could do, we can apply the filter also. Filter, select filter. So if you wanted to view only 1000 profit center details, so we could say this. We can restrict at all the cost center created within profit center, which is having the profit center assigned 1000. Okay. Okay. I will. So suppose you have the function over here, but you wanted to create under this node. So what you could do, you can just drag and drop here. And when we go for the creation of new table, so we need to say okay. So like when we wanted to create under this node, so we will create, click on this. Yeah. So suppose we wanted to, what we say, if you wanted to create a new source under this node, so once we click on this, so we need to select label, one label below. Function ID, we can provide the function ID, 5-digit alphanumeric, or we can leave as it is, whatever system is proposing. So I just wanted to create one function table, model table, function type model table. I'll just say model table login, and I'll say okay. So I just wanted to add the fields in this table. So from environment, I'll select environment, click on OK. So I just wanted to select this one and this one. Save it. Once save it and then activate it. Once this has got activated, so now we can maintain the data in it. So this is the master field. Both are master fields actually. So we could see whatever is available, cost centers available here. Fiscal year. Just wanted to maintain these details. So in general scenario, we don't create any field and model table in PAPM because we generally use the data from BW source, S4HANA source. Okay, but if you wanted to create some allocation rule table within PAPM, so that we can create under this PAPM. But generally, the source of information will be S4 tables or BW info providers. Like if you wanted to pull some hierarchy, so hierarchy might have been created within BW system, so that we can pull it from BW directly as a view, not as a table. Okay. Now, suppose here I was saying like default no and default yes. So what is the difference between default no and yes? So if I say yes, okay, so and save it. So this is when there is two significance of this one. So first is like suppose we have some data in this maintained in this table, okay, and we wanted to import this data from development system to production system. So transport data, we select yes. Okay, means the data will get transported, whatever data has been maintained in the development system. So same along with this table, the data also will get imported into our higher systems like QA system or develop production systems. Okay, but suppose if we, and apart from this, the second importance is like, let me just use the copy functions. So let me just, okay, I guess switching mode. So let me copy this function. So same level, one level below. So I'll say copy at the same level, modeling copy function. So we have copied into merge and copy function. So let me select copy function. So this is the function which we are trying to copy. Here we have option. If I just say okay, it will throw error. Okay. Function with ID 7515 in environment already exists. Okay. So let me enlarge this one. So either we can click on suggest a new function ID. So system will automatically suggest the new function ID because this is the ID of the existing model table 7515. So once I will click on this one, it will assign the new function ID. Now I would be able to create the new function. See, this is the old one and this one we copied. Okay, but see, both are in active state. But generally, what we have seen, let me create one function, then model table. When we create the model table, initial state of this one, initial state of this table will be inactive. So we go and manually activate it. Okay. So we go and manually activate it. Let me add any field. Save it. So when we copied this 7515, okay, and created a new function, 75 model table function 7516. So we haven't activated manually. Okay, this got activated automatically. Why? Because we selected transport data as yes. So once you select, so the same state of the existing function will be carried over to the next function. Okay, so like that it happens. Analyze the data. See, this is the cost center and fiscal year. Cost center and fiscal year we maintained in our function 751615. Here we had maintained this data, but same got transferred, carried over to 7516 also. So this is the use of this yes function. Okay. So this is the use case for yes. If I just if I try to copy this one, okay. Let me, here we have default no. Let me activate this function. So let me go to edit or not required even. I can activate directly from here itself. So this got activated. And here transport data we have set as no. I will copy this function and we'll ask system to propose a new function ID, or maybe we can enter the empty 00 copy, something like that. So if I just say okay, so I see the status of this new table is not active because transport data was no set in this model table. I will just activate this. So I need to activate this manually. Even the if you would be having any data, So data will not be copied until we make it yes. Yeah. So again, let me use this historize functionality. If I click on historize functionality, let me first go to this app history. So modeling history. Let me see. Got generator. So which version are we in? Our PAPM training. Okay. So our PAPM training. So last version available here is this is the last version available of 3.1.2024. Okay, now what I will do, just close this one. I will just historize so historization completed. Now again we will open this report. Basically, modeling application test. Yeah. We will open in this browser. Yeah. So this one. So this has created a version of the test version. Okay, when we have created this on this particular date and this particular time. Okay. So if I wanted to further make the changes in this version, suppose I wanted to delete this table. I wanted to delete this table. We'll go to the edit mode, select and delete this. Say OK and save it. Okay, but I wanted to retrieve that version. So how we could do this? Let's retrieve this version. So we can just click on retrieve the version. Okay. Now I'll just open this version again. See that this function is back now, although we have deleted this one. Make sense? First create on this data sources. So data sources, like when we create these functions now. So basically function type, we have different function type. So this is a sub function. Sub function means it will be used in the executable function. So in the next session, probably by Tuesday, we will start these functions, executable functions. So this data will be utilized in executable functions like allocations, derivation, join, all those functions. So do one case study. Just wanted to make you familiar with the tool. Okay. So gradually you will start understanding, because this is very beginning stage now. So even if you might have missed the first session, so I'm not sure. In the first session, I given the overview of the whole applications within PAPM. What is the use case of each applications?
Hey there, ready to level up your supply management skills? Introducing our SAP PAPM CO Expert course. Learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP PAPM CO. Think of it as your toolkit for planning everything, ensuring products flow smoothly from A to B. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff inside out. Your instructors, they're pros with years of experience, dedicated to guiding you and answering your questions. And guess what? Our students rave about this course too. People just like you have found it incredibly valuable. And the best part? It's affordable, so you won't break the bank. Ready to master SAP PAPM CO? Sign up now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Hey, hi everyone. Hope you all had a great weekend. So now let's get it started. So I'll just give you a quick overview. In the meanwhile, the other people can join. So what we have seen so far. So basically, how to check the version of the latest version of the PAPM. What comes under PAPM applications. So like in the PAPM applications, we have administration section, modeling section, execution section, and system reports. So in the overview session, we have discussed like what is the use case for the default settings. So you can just go through. So what is under the default settings? So once you maintain something at the default in the default settings, so that will get copied over, carried over to the new environment when you create the new environment during the building of models. Okay. Then we have managed teams. So through managed teams, the teams which is a group of users is created with a group of users, a team that will be responsible to perform the particular specific activity. Accordingly, the roles and authorizations are given and uh, people used to activate perform their activity. This so modeling overview. So we have seen like this gives us the statistics of the models, which is consuming the maximum number of calculation units. It might take a couple of minutes. So in the material section here you could find administration modeling. So under administration, hopefully this one is the administration one. So here you could find. Sorry, I need to first read out the disclaimer. So this presentation, including examples, images, and references, are provided for informational purpose only. Complying with all applicable copyrights laws is the responsibility of the user. Without limiting the rights under copyright, no part of this document may be reproduced, stored, or introduced into a retrieval system or transmitted in any form or by any means. Credits shall be given to the images taken from the open source and cannot be used for promotional activities. So default settings are applied to every new environment. The default settings are defined in a default environment with the name of environment template for the default settings and the ID SAP with version 1. When a new environment is created, once you double click on, sorry, curriculum. Okay, so I'm not been able to show this screen. So usually like once we double click on this, so there we have the option to update the maintain the default settings, and that default settings will be carried over to the all the new environment wherever you want to get it copied. Now the default settings are defined in default environment. So default environment means I'm talking about if you double click on this, so that is basically default environment. Typical default settings include the default environment database connection, other settings such as fields or functions. So what about the other environment database connection? So it contains such as fields functions can be defined in the default settings or also copied to every new environment. procedure in the client where profitability performance management. So it is giving you the path. You can follow this path. In the edit mode, you can add nodes, functions, field settings that you want it to be considered a template. So it's a kind of template which you can utilize in creating the new environment. Talking about teams, so teams are groups of users that work together on processes, business events, and reports. Multiple teams are typically used in decentralized processes where different activities have to be executed by different group of users. Each user can see only those activities that are assigned to their teams. Okay. Basically, roles is being managed through this team. Okay. Teams and user groups. So team user groups can be created, edited, and removed. Teams are available across all the environments and events for other applications at the same time, such as SAP business workflow. Specific users can be added to a team and removed from the team. Users are created, edited, and deleted centrally. Teams can be assigned to the activities during the deployment of process. So let's quickly complete this topic. So here we basically manage the teams. Here we create the teams. Teams is basically group of users. We can group similar users who is going to perform the same activity and responsible for same teams like accounts payable, accounts receivable we have. So kind of those sort of grouping we can maintain here. Coming to coming to modeling. So now we are in this steps modeling. We have to do the modeling. So in this, we double click on this start my environment and start here. It takes us to this screen. Okay. So here basically we can start create our environment. So environment has two aspects. One is node and environment version. So version means it's an environment ID. We provide the 3-digit alphanumeric code and environment ID plus version that makes it the unique combination. Okay. So if you try to create another environment with same environment ID and version, so system won't allow you. Okay. Now coming to the environment details. So if I just go here, so if we select and click on this one, so it takes us to the environment. So this is basically calculation unit. Okay, environment by default creates the calculation unit, and under this calculation unit, we create the tables, sources of data, means how where from we are going to source the data. So like this source DDIC. Okay, means we have taken the reference table as CS case, and from there we are taking bringing the data. So like if we click on analyze, it gives us the results. So by default, it's a chart view. So if you just click, let's take cost center from here. Yeah, so let's pull it to the column. So now it's showing, okay, all the cost centers in row wise. Then accordingly we can pull profit center. So like that it is showing. If you wanted to bring as a Something like this. Okay. So model sources, like we have different sources, what all sources are there. So once we go and click for the model table, click the model tables. So different sources, like if we select model table, so description, it's also a 4-digit alpha MT 004, something like that we mention when we follow the naming convention. Otherwise, system will by default provide the next available number. It's a 5-digit alphanumeric value system accepts. Then description you can mention like model table source from DDIC. So if you are sourcing from DDIC or CSKS table, you can directly mention CSKS table. So below that level, because it does not allow to create at the calculation level. So like that. Okay, 004 already exists. You can mention like this. Okay, it is saying below 004, same level, we can select same level. So here, these are the sources. Either we can reference from DDIC table or environment fields based on environment fields, based on HANA tables. HANA tables, if we are selecting HANA, then we need to ask for, we should know the schema and HANA tables. So schema in this case will be default ABAP because this is installed on S4 HANA. HANA table we can select. So here like we can just search for the tables. So GC underscore something, GC star, something like that we can search. So we can source from any of the tables. So if you click on synchronize, it will show you all the available data. You can select this data and you can create the tables. So ideally, like we can source from data dictionary, environment tables, environment fields, HANA, and if you wanted to source from some non-SAP system, then in that case, we require SDA. When you select SDA, then we need to have the remote source name, remote database details, remote schema details, remote tables details. So you would be able to fetch the data from non-SAP system. Now, just ignore this one. And we saw like how we can add from the environment level. So let me just save it. Environment level, we can have these many tabs: environment, checks, partitioning, file formats, conversion type. So advanced. So in the advanced level, we maintain the details of RFC connection and all. So if you wanted to post back or bring the data from same SAP system, so if this is PAPM is installed on S4HANA, so remote function call is not required. Otherwise, in the second scenario, when it is installed on S4HANA system and you wanted to access any DDIC table like CSK, SAC2, we say quick APM. So in that case, we require to do the remote function call. So these all things we have discussed. We'll discuss in more details. Discuss in more details and environment. So at the in this section we define the different fields. Okay. So like environment objects. So environment objects, how do we define environment fields? So all these things we have seen. I'll just quickly brief once again. DDIC fields. So HANA fields. HANA fields and BW fields, we don't define it. It comes whenever we consume the data from HANA table. So automatically the fields will start appearing here. DDIC fields, we can once we go in on edit, so we can directly add the fields also, or once we consume the DDIC table, so all the fields which we have consumed in our model table or model view, so that will start appearing here. BW likewise, once the BW person will provide you the info provider details, info area details. So that once you consume, so automatically that will flow. So as I mentioned last time also, this plus button will not be shown in this section and in this section. Once we consume the data from HANA tables, and once we consume the data from the info provider, BW info provider, then it will reflect. I will discuss this point because this one is still left. Environment info objects. So last time even I explained we need to provide the description. We can create the info objects, field type, characteristics, key figure and unit. Then info object, we need to maintain the info object name here. Okay, so last time what we created, we could just check here. So as soon as we create the info object, this info object, okay. So last time I was not been able to show you this. Now I will show you why 4 times 0, 1, 2, 3. RSA1, if we go to RSA1 transactions, that is basically for BW person. So here, if we if SBR, what we have created, SK1, let me try to search directly. Why 4 times 0, 1, 2, 3? Why 4 times 0, 1, 2, 3? Yeah, see here. We have created in the PAPM, and by default it will create the same object, BW objects here, info objects here. See, it has created the BW info objects automatically. Okay. Any question, any doubt, please do let me know. So either we can create in PAPM, or else what we can do, we can pull some existing info objects from PAPM directly. We can take the reference PAPM info objects here. It will show you all the existing. Okay, with reference to this, we can create a new one. So like that, we can do it. Okay. So right now, if we BW info objects, so we need to go and edit here. Now, what we would do, just click on this info object, search for the info object. If you know some info object, you can just search here. Otherwise, like you can take like book, search, select. So this info object got created. We can utilize from. So like I will show you this account group. Let's take this one, SCCT GRP. So I'll just go back. So if I select this one, see, this already exists here. Let me delete this one. So this is being used here. So that's why you won't be able to delete. But let me just try to add something here. So suppose this one. So this is all which already exists in your BW system. So let me just scroll down. Let me take this one itself. Huh? See, BA1, schedule 5. Just go back. What is you want? Here I will search for same field slash BA1. Sorry. So, okay, let me just search for C55, C55ST. C55ST, something like that. Let me search. If I just search for this one, we could see in the here. Correct? So this info object already exists. Okay. So if we can consume it directly, so like as I mentioned here we could just search for this one. We can just find the we can just search the existing info objects and we can bring it here. Or else what we could do, we could create the info objects here. Okay. So like that, and on top of this field, we can create the model table and model views. So far we saw about the model tables, what all sort of model tables we can create. So I'm just going to show you again. So if I just model table, I just type here model table. This I'm taking the system proposed function ID. Then once I select this model table, so we can create based on DD, IC, dictionary, environment, HANA, and SD. Once we will consume from HANA, so the fields, environment, HANA fields will start appearing over there. Okay, I'm not going to do anything here right now. Just save it. Once we create the HANA view, so what are the views options available? Model view. 001, say. So model view, once we select here function model view, using any environment table, any DDIT table, any VW info provider, we can create the view on top of that. Because here we are not storing any data. Okay. So here we have these many options available. Data dictionary. So like we can create based on SCDoka say. We can create on top of it. Right? So we will save it. We can activate it. This has got activated. Okay. So we could also create the data dictionary view on top of some view. SC.T is view. I will show you the table. Here if I just go in SC11. Oh my god, this is not working. What happened? This could be a problem. This is basically view fields. Okay, this is not the table. So on top of Hesidoka T also, we can create the view. If I just synchronize. Okay. Okay. Save it. Activate it. So this function got activated. We can maybe this might throw some error, but let me just try. So we can use period, fiscal year, where is fiscal year, company code. Let's use company code. So company code wise data we could see here. We can bring a period in the column. Then not even maybe we can pull. I will just show you. Open this TSLBT here. So this is how the data looks like in SAP. Hope you all are familiar with this table, right? So same way we can populate the data here also. Okay, if you wanted to bring GL account, so where is GL account number? Here we could bring it. We can put the filter on fiscal year. Where is fiscal year? Filter. So let's put the filter on 2024. Okay. Now we can I can just remove this one. I'll just bring some other amount field. Business transaction key figures, debit credit limit, cost limit, objecting. So like that you can do the way the way you wanted to bring your data, you can populate the data here. So it is showing like this. Even you can validate it from your table also. 6600 7900. Where is the account field? Here. Company code is 6600. Ledger also you can filter it out in case you want. Or means you need to validate the data, how this is calculating total transactions now. Okay. So this is how you can create a view on top of a view, DDIC view. Now, if you wanted to create another view, suppose you wanted to create another view on top of, and one more important thing, as soon as you create the environment, okay. So last time I was not been able to show you that. Let me show you it right now. As soon as you create the environment, RSA1, FSPR, as soon as you create the environment, okay, so it creates the Sidoka BW HANA view, SK1 view. So same time, it also creates the info provider here. Let me just quickly show you. Let's create on this runtime attributes. Inactive. Okay, this is inactive basically. All the tables and views that you create. So in the background, it also creates the. Let me just search this object. No, it's not been able to use this one. Wait a second. Inactive. This one is inactive. This is active. See here. Creates the views automatically. Okay. This happens in the background. So basically, in short, like PAPM does not hold any data. Wherever it is installed, either it will create like info provider. It is installed on PAPM. So like this is about view, about this table. If I just click on the attributes, so it creates the table in the background. Okay, so if you click on this one, so this is how the table structure looks like. So you had used these fields first and second. The above fields automatically system creates it by its own. Okay, for the tracking purpose. Run ID, package ID. So all those things we would see what is the significance of run ID and package ID. For now, like I can show you the whatever content is available here. Not it exists in hierarchy. Let me just copy this and show you in some other place. I'll just copy this one. So if I just execute this, analyze this table, so whatever data it will show you over here, so same data you could see here also. If you go to SS16, it has one entry 1001-2023. So it should also show the same data here. Just click on cost center. So this is the data we have here. Fiscal year. Right? So far we have discussed about model table. Now we will discuss about model view. Okay. So sources view. So we'll complete this view section, model view today, and model BW. Like what I mean by model view and model BW. So once you go for the function type creation, so it has model table, model view, RDL BW. Okay, model BW. So model table we could reference from either environment field or ACDOCA DDIC tables or HANA tables or HANA tables. These are the sources we can SDA. HANA Environment Data Dictionary and SDA if we have non-SAP system. But in case of model view, we see like we can create on with reference to some DDIC table or DDIC view or HANA view or HANA table or environment tables also is possible. Like in the view option, what are the options available here? These many options are available. CDS view also we can use. Okay. So HANA table, we have created the view on top of HANA table and HANA view. Sorry, table and data view. Now we would just see how we can create on top of HANA table and HANA view. But one more thing I just wanted to show you. Are you able to follow me? Any questions so far? I'll just create one model view on top of same label. Model view source from HANA table. So I'll just select here model view. So here we will select the HANA table. First, let's select HANA table. Let's enter the schema this. HANA table, we can take a reference of any HANA table. Let's take this one. Synchronize. Save it. Save it. And activate this. Note you might get confused, like this is again we are creating. Okay. So there is a difference. Last time we created the model table. Now this time we are creating the model view. What is the difference? Is once we create the model table, then it creates the table in the background, but it will not hold the data. View will not hold the data, and model table, it will hold the data. Means there is a replication of data. So in real scenario, we will never going to create this model table because that data already exists in some other table, right? So why would we replicate the data? We would create the view on top of DDIC table, DDIC views, correct? Agree? So it looks like there is no data maintained in the HANA table, what we have consumed. So just ignore this one. There is one more table, GCA, something like that too. 1 second. GCA. This system is not working. Let me just check for the GCA one. CD. And let's try with some other table. Let's see if it works. Sorry, we need to first synchronize this. Then the field will be shown over here. Then we click OK, save it, activate this, then try to analyze the data once it got activated. Okay, this is query. This is not basically. Query is not active. Okay, this query itself is not active in the HANA table. Basically, these HANA tables, HANA views are created in HANA Studio. You might be familiar about it. So HANA Studio. Okay. And second thing, I explained you about deletion. So once we go for the deletion, it will show you if any dependency is there. Okay. Suppose if you wanted to go and delete any table, say this table. If I wanted to delete this table, maybe this is not the source from you. Okay, this is environment should allow us to why it's not allow. Okay, this is not set. Let's try from here. Once you try to delete this, it will show you the dependency. So usage, this is the being used in these tables. Okay. So still you want to delete, then it will lead to inconsistency. So you don't have to delete this one. First you have to check those tables. You have to modify the table, then you have to delete here. And this main attributes things I will explain today. Let me first complete the model view. So let me just go and create a model view. Goes from HANA view. Model view. HANA view. So I'll just select HANA view here. Schema, I'll just put the same name because this is installed on S/4HANA system. So don't require to. We can select any one of it. Just click on synchronize. It will show you the table name. Whatever data you wanted to select, you can just select those data and it will create the view. So on top of this, so many fields were there, but we want just these fields. So we'll just create the view on top of this. I'll just activate this view. So this tick will get marked here. Then click on display. Then analyze. Means these things will not be built by us. Okay. This HANA views and all those things will be built by the technical person, BW person probably. So we don't have to bother about if we are not getting the data right now. I'll try to find out some data, some view where we have the data. Okay. So let us move to the next topic. HANA, we created on top of HANA, HANA table, HANA view, DDIC table and DDIC view. Now we'll create on top of SDA and CDS views. Okay. So I'll let me save it, display. So next we'll create the view on top of CDS view. Model view source from CDS view. So I'll just select the function type model view here. Select the source as CDS view. Select the source name from here. Select something from below. Okay, let's select this one. Let's create these many fields. We can even if you want to change the name, we can change the name also. This is the source field details. Whatever you wanted to keep the name in your view, that you can modify here. Description and field name, you can change always. I'll just save it. Edit, activate. This got activated. So again, you could notice one thing. The maintain data is not available here. That button is not available because this is view. This is not going to store any data. So we are creating on top of an existing view. Not sure if we have the data. Okay. Yeah. So let's select account number. Company code. Yeah. So we don't have data basically looks like. So that's why it is not working. So just ignore it. So like that we can create the If you wanted to put the filter, so as I mentioned last time also, if you wanted to do sorting, all those stuff we could perform here. So RERN, so if you wanted to just restrict at the this level, so that also we could achieve. It will show you only RF data. Now let me create the last view on top of SDA. Model view, source SDA. I'll select here model view. Let's select SDA. So again, here also we require remote source name, remote database, remote schema, remote table. So this is if you wanted to build the view on top of any non-SAP system table, so that we can build here. So far what we have seen is all related to how we can bring the data from different sources, okay, or how we can utilize the data on fly. So like views, whenever we are creating the views, so whatever data will be appended and the new record will get inserted into this this SCDocT. Automatically, this will start reflecting in my system, in my view. Okay. Model RDL, model view. Model view is the data model function that allows you read access, only read access, okay, to local and remote database table and views. In the header, you define the model view source. What we are defining here, where from we are going to, this is the header section, okay, where from we are going to source the data. What would be the source? Model view source. Data dictionary table. The table is managed externally and is referenced with the model view function to make it available in the environment. You need to enter the table name. Field information is synchronized into the environment fields. Then second is data dictionaries view. Second source could be data dictionary view. The view is managed externally and is referenced within the model view function to make it available in the environment. You need to enter the view name. Field information is synchronized into the environment fields. HANA table. So HANA, the table is managed externally and it is referenced with the model view function to make it available within the environment. You need to enter the authorization schema and table name. Field information is synchronized in the, so here as we saw when we, HANA table. So we need to mention here the authorized schema and HANA table details here. Similarly for HANA view, this is also managed externally and is referenced within the model view function to make it available in the environment. SDA, the table or view is managed externally in a remote system and is referenced within the model view function to make it available in the environment. You need to enter the remote source name, remote database, remote schema, remote table name. Field information is synchronized into the environment fields. All right. CDS views is also defined for existing database tables and any other views or CDS views in the web dictionary using the statement define view. So this is how it is saying how you can define the CDS views. So this is more of technical aspects so that we don't have to bother about. We can take help of basis team to create the CDS view if there is any requirement, and you can consume the CDS view as a view source view. Okay, source for the view. Clear? If a DDIC table overview that is used as a source for the model view has the client field, the system select data differently depending on the whether or not you have selected the exclude option. If you do not select the exclude option, the system's filter source data selects only the data for the current system client. Okay, basically, like once you here we have the client fields when we are going to create the maybe if you could have taken this field. So here it is a client field. So we are excluding. If you want to exclude, then we'll take the current system wherever this PAPM is installed. Like we have 200, clients. So sandbox, customizing, all those clients are there. So how system will consider the client value. So this is giving you the using the data dictionary table as model view source, how you can utilize, how you can build this function. Okay. Is it clear so far? Creation of the model view. Now we will discuss about the model BW. Okay. So once we'll discuss about this model BW, then here you would notice as soon as we'll consume the model BW. So model BW can be referenced from either BW info provider or environment fields. Okay. So as soon as we will select the BW, automatically in the environment you will start seeing the fields. Whatever BW info provider we have consumed to build our model BW, or this will start showing over here. Let me show you. Currently, this is 0, right? What I would do next, let me just create one model BW. Model BW. This is a BW. Okay. Source from chassis source environment. Okay. So model BW. Let's take model BW. So environment. Source could be environment. All the environment fields will show over here. Okay. So I can just create the so as soon as I say save, editable and non-editable, we'll discuss about it. Activate. If there will be any data, it will show over here. There is no data, so that's why we are not being able to. So like we can create the model BW. The source would be environment. So maybe what we could also do like so let's take this table. Save it, activate it. Let's see if we have any data. In real scenario, this does not make any significance. Okay, we are not going to create such sort of model BW. Always, whenever we have this model BW function to utilize, so we would take source from BW info provider directly. We are not going to use this one. So let me just this is regarding model view. Then model BW, function building blocks, model view, model RD, and the but one thing we could notice, like as soon as we have created this, so we can check the attributes of it runtime. So this we could show, like it would have created the info provider in the background. So if you go and check this RSA1, so you would find RSA1 has created the info provider. So it has created, it would have created the info provider with the same fields, whatever we have here shown over here. GJHR1 client, field 01. So all those fields will show over here. See, all these fields are there. Twice fiscal year. So here also 2 times fiscal year. BW fields. Account group, cost center. So cost center also here. Controlling area and account group. So where is controlling area here? Account group, controlling area, filter. There is one field called filter. So filter is also here. Okay. But real time scenario, this doesn't happen. In real time scenario, what you would be doing, you might have been consuming the data from. So this is model BW function. So what we say about model BW function, either we create the ADSO, okay? ADSO is what we call store object, AD advanced store ADSO object. So this is info provider is nothing but your ADSO. So it creates the ADSO. So we have created the model BW function at the environment level. In the background, it has created the info provider. Or we can consume the data from existing info provider in the BW system. Model BW source BW info provider. Model BW. So this time we would take model BW. So here we will select source of business warehouse. So we will now we would search for any existing BW info provider. So like pillar, direct event or purchase organization. Something sort of we could take, click on synchronize. That's not exist. So as soon as we'll add this info provider, we are going to consume this info provider. So all fields available within this info provider will start appearing in the environment BW fields. Let me take some other example. Future accounts. See if we have anything here. This also does not have anything. Let's select this one. Portfolio. Let's try this one. To check, find something so that you could see securities interest rate, target value. Let's try this one. Basic data. Let's try this one. There is GCS something. So yeah, GC data. Let's try this one. Yeah, it has the information. I'll select this one. So I would show you GC data. If I search here in RSA1, you could see if I search for GCA, this good data. Oh my god. Till yesterday it was working. See here, GC data. Here we could just select on this one. We will just click on this one. So this is how the data looks like here in this table, GC data. See the same thing. Let's activate this parameter. Now we could just click on analyze data. No. Which one we have created? Model BW incorporated. Okay, let's try this one. It should show the data in the exact same fashion. Whether it has activated. Yeah, so this is active. Let's go to the display mode. Analyze. Programming error. Well, reading the data of info provider. Okay. Not sure if I should come out from here, then it would be able to run or not. Let's try again. We'll close this one. The other one. Not sure why it's not been able to read the data from here, but ideally it should be able to read the data. See, all the fields are showing over here. It does not contain any relevant data. Reading the data if I provide GCA underscore data, something taken from just again. Let me just go back, edit. Okay, and whatever is the parameter given in this info provider, the same parameter will appear here also. Okay, this is for information purpose because we are consuming the data existing structure and data from BW. So the same way it will start appearing over here. Anyway, just leave this part. I'll just go to the environment. You will see the same field now start BW. So show on BW. Once you will consume this data, so BW fields will start showing over here. It's not. Let me take some other, not GC data. Let me take something else. Profit recognition. What is this? Loss event cost rates. Let's take this one. Does not exist. I'll find out some example Okay, where I could show you that. So just for now, you understood now how we can consume the data from BW system. Okay, so this is how basically we consume the data from BW system. Model BW. So model BW is the data model function that allows you to define advanced data store objects, ADSO. So as we saw in the first example, this example, model BW, when we source from environment fields. So means basically we create in the background. If we click on the, I just go to the display mode. If we click on this attributes of this function, so basically what we do, we create the info provider in the background, ADSO, which is nothing but ADSO. Okay. In the SAP Profitability and Performance Management environment, or to access external BW info providers defined in the SAP BW. Or what could be the other function of this function? So other function is if you wanted to access the external BW info providers defined in SAP Business Warehouse. So in the other example, what we did, we externally created it within BW system. We consumed the data directly, the table directly, table and its data. We are going to consume through this one. Okay. Now I will just come back to one more point. Just let me just yeah. So in the header section, so in the header you can choose one of the following as the model BW source. So there are two possibilities. First is model business warehouse. Second is environment. So the function provides options based on the model BW source that you have chosen. Okay. So model BW source. So the first source, let's say BW. The data model is defined and managed externally in the SAP Business Warehouse. This function allows the BW info providers to be referenced and made available in the environment. So basically, we are referencing the existing BW info providers so that that could be made available within environment. Header, you can choose the appropriate BW info providers. Ensure that BW info providers that you choose has an external SAP HANA view generated in SAP BW. So this is the technical term. Might be BW consultant might be aware about it. Any one of you is a BW consultant here? Just for your idea, like it is saying ki maybe HANA views has not been created, whatever info provider we are consuming now. Basically, might be choose has an external HANA view generated. So this might have not been generated for those info providers. That's why we are not been able to view the data. So why I ask if somebody can help me understand, like if we can generate the HANA view on top of any BW info providers, so we could see the data. You can search for BW info providers by technical name, short description, and long description. So that search option we already know. If we go and type here the so that we could using info providers long description, short description, we can try to search here. Okay, if we know something. And whatever parameter exists for this info provider, automatically this will be created as a info provider here. Okay. Model BW source environment. So the model BW model, the data model is defined and managed in the environment. You can make the following settings. If you choose yes, the system allows manual data input planning. If you choose no, the system does not allow manual data input planning. During activation, the system automatically generates the ADSO of the type of direct update planning. You can find the input provider name under function runtime attributes. All characteristics and unit fields are set as keys. The system determines. Now I'll just come back to this point. What does this mean? So here, when we created this info provider, sorry, this one. In the attributes, we saw this is the info provider got generated. So when we go and check here, so basically there is a way to check. There is a P symbol is there on display output. How can we check this one? There is a P symbols which gets generated. I'm not being able to recall that one. How could we see the details of this one? Objects. Just leave it. So what does that mean? Editable. So if I just go and click right now, the maintenance of data is not allowed. If I just go here and see, the maintenance of data is not allowed. But when we select this one as editable, yes, I say this editable, save it and activate this. It allows us to enter the data. We can enter the data here also. Okay. So this field became editable. So whenever we do the planning, so this field becomes editable and you can enter the data manually. But when I will just go back, this pencil button, when we just make it no editable, save this one, analyze this data. So let me just activate this function first. Activate and analyze the data. Basically, when we do it no, it allows you to input the data. It's here we have selected no. Let me select yes. Then we will see. Activate this. Save this. Analyze it. Let me just close this one and come back again. Save it. Or maybe let me make the change. Okay, here we don't have this one. Basically, once you make it editable, so it basically allows you to input the data. Okay, so this is the difference. And when we don't have this cost center, this is not the actually structure is not correct. That's the reason we are facing this problem. Let me try to then structure is not correct. Let me just select all the fields. So this editable basically allows you to edit. I'm missing something here. I need to double check. So it should allow the. Let me just. So what it says, model BW environment, you can make the following settings in the editable field. If you choose yes, the system allows manual data input or planning. If you say no, the system does not allow manual data input or planning. During the activation, the system automatically generates advanced ADSO. So as we saw, like once we create, so this creates the background info provider. So this is what system does. It created the info provider in the background. Okay. So ADSO of the type direct update planning. Even I could not be able to show you here also. So there is a P enabled once we select yes and activate this. So there is a here in open this environment. Sorry, attributes runtime. Somewhere it shows P in the info provider label. Means input planning enabled. Except will accept the input. Something sort of. Okay, I'll check this one. Where do we get this option P? Means basically planning enabled. Okay, in short, like once you do this settings, like is enable this editable, means it is ready for take the input and it is enabled for planning. This is what it says, the editable meaning. Okay, so far we have completed model BW, model table, model view. And one more thing I wanted to cover today, environment. And in the environment sections, we have this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tabs. So this tab we have not discussed in this details. Now start tomorrow this file formats. Today I wanted to show you something in the environment fields level. So let me just create some fields and we'll try to maintain the attributes of it. So hierarchy and master data, we have understood this concept. Now we would understand the concept of let's say this is customer. Characteristics field, character, I'll say yes, okay. Now I would mention this is say customer ID. So delete this one. Save this. Let me create first customer ID. Type character field. I'll just mention it character. Save it. Then again next field I'll just create customer name. I'll make it characteristics, DDIC character. Then I will make it customer address, something sort of. Also this one characteristics character. I'll say okay. Now what I would do, I'll just select this field, make it master data. Save it. I'll just select cannot be 0. Okay, okay. Let me make it 4 digit. Let me make it description 40 or 20. Let me make it also 20. Save it. I'll select these as a master data. Go to edit mode. Value C001, customer 1, C002, customer 2. I just save it. Go back, then click on maintain. Just select this one, maintain attributes. So we could see now why cost center is one. Oh, I selected the wrong one. So customer name, customer address. So these fields I'm making the attributes of customer ID. Save it. I'll create one model table. Environment, add the field. So we can type CUST. I think field we created with F. Save it. Give it this. So basically, like this customer attributes is basically customer name, customer one, customer two, then customer address. What is customer address? Address one, address two. So like this. Okay, this is the address field, so we need to maintain here itself. Wait a second. Just close this one. So wherever we have defined the tables, address we can maintain here. So customer name attribute to address one, address two. Like that, we can save it. So this is the model table what we had created. Analyze. So this is system is showing the data. I can just go to drill down, drill down per function, display ID, add attribute. Sorry. I need to select add attribute. See here. So what I was trying to show you, I maintained the attribute of this field. This field attribute I had maintained. Okay. So what are the attributes I had maintained? Okay. And these two as a attribute for this one. I'm selecting here this field and selecting all these fields. So we have selected actually all these as a master data. So all coming as a attribute. Okay. But we are just selecting these two fields. So selection, we have these two fields only. Means these are the attributes of this particular field. Customer ID has two attributes, customer name and customer address. Now I just go there and maintain the data. So here I had maintained the data for C001 address, customer name would be this and address would be this. Customer to the customer name would be this and customer address will be this. Here, when we are defining our table, so we are selecting just one field, customer ID. Okay. But from customer ID, I'm maintaining the data, just customer ID. But when we analyze the data, we are just getting this field customer ID. But now I wanted to see the attributes of it. So I'll just go to drill down and add the attributes. So it will show you all those fields which we have created as a attributes to this field. And once I will select this one, so value will start reflecting over here.
Hey there, ready to level up your supply management skills? Introducing our SAP PAPM SEO Expert course. Learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP PAPM SEO. Think of it as your toolkit for planning everything, ensuring products flow smoothly from A to B. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff inside out. Your instructors, they're pros with years of experience dedicated to guiding you and answering your questions. And guess what? Our students rave about this course too. People just like you have found it incredibly valuable. And the best part? It's affordable, so you won't break the bank. Ready to master SAP PAPM SEO. Sign up now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Let me quickly share my screen. These are the basically. So even if we click on the attributes, we could see these are the model view functions. Okay, even this is basically model table. This is model BW. Okay, so what we could do, we could just bring the function type field here. So we can easily recognize which type of function is this. First, as I mentioned, like whenever we create the environment, so by default it creates the calculation unit. So in our environment, we can have multiple calculation unit, and in the calculation unit, we can have multiple functions. Okay, to build the model. So one model function so far, what we have been going through is information functions. Okay, so in under information functions, we have model table, model view, model VW, and there are two more functions which we have, three functions: file adapter function, then model RDL function, and model VW view and table we already have seen. So today we will see the model RDL function. So when we were creating this model view function, so on top of HANA table, we can build on top of HANA table. Similarly, we can view this model table, model view on top of CDS view. Okay. And likewise, we can also create model table on top of HDA. Source from HANA view. So if something like on top of HDOCA, we have built some HANA view in the HANA database or say BW system. So basically, you can use it, utilize it. So suppose in ACDoka you have 200 plus fields, and we have developed some HANA view of say 20 fields. Okay, that we have to utilize here. So when we create the view, model view, so we can just create on top of this HANA view. Okay. So we can just see in the header, you define the model view source. So the first source is a data dictionary. The table is managed externally and referenced with the model view function to make it available in the environment. Second is data dictionary view. So from how many sources we can bring the data? So data dictionary table, data dictionary view, HANA table, HANA view, and SG. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, these many sources on top of it we can build our model view. 6 also, CDS view also we can create the. So the view is defined for the existing database tables and any other views or CDS views in the above dictionary using the statement defined. So that we don't have to bother about how the CDS view, HANA view, and HANA table being created. We can just consume it and make it available within the environment. Parameter we have not checked so far, so we could just state in maybe today. I'll just try to give you some example of it. So we'll see this one. Also, we have seen if DDIC table overview that is used as a source for model view has a client field filled with DDIC data type client. The system selects the data differently depending on whether or not you have selected the exclude option. If you do not select the exclude option, the system filters the source data and selects only the data for the current system. Okay, so we might have been bringing the data from other system. So in that case, it will just consider the current system client. Okay. But generally, like whenever you go for the creation of new table, so from EC2 somewhere we have created. Generally, you will see this field is excluded. Okay, we should exclude this one. So it will not be the particular client specific. It will bring all the data. Yeah, means generally like if you have some other system and the client information is say this is built on client 800 and you are bringing the data from some 100. So if you not exclude this, so 800 data will not be being over here. That will be filtered out. If we exclude this field mandate, so it will not check anything. So it will consider all the data. If the current environment is say 100 and the data coming from 800, so it will still bring the data. It will not check for the data once we select the exclude. Wherever we are creating this function now, so in PAPM tool, we have to say exclude. Or if you wanted to, suppose we have the data from different clients. So if you wanted to bring the data specific to this client, so say 210. 210 is suppose our sandbox. So if you wanted to bring the data only from 210, because you might have been building this model in development system. Okay, so you to test and all you wanted to bring the data from 210 system. So which system you are actually developing this PAPM system at these functions and building this model, and the data might have not been coming from the same client. So in that case, if you exclude this, the client check will not be performed. means it will consider the 210 data as well. Then BW table, model table, we saw like we can consume any BW info provider and it will make the data available. So this is model BW table, means it will in the background. This is also going to, if I go and click on attributes here, so it is you can check this info provider GC data. Okay, so the data will be residing in this info provider. Okay, so as I mentioned last day, this data you could check from there. So here basically GC data will be residing. If you just double click on it, this way you can check whatever data is available in this info provider. Okay, so there are a couple of terms which are used in BW system: info provider, info area, info objects. So I guess info provider is basically a kind of uh, folder, and under that folder you create info objects. So that's my understanding. Maybe if you might have a different understanding, so I'm not sure about it. I'm not the BW expert. Now, one more important thing: whenever we create any environment, okay, so say public EB1, so this environment D02, E02, okay. So if you go to, if it has been installed in, say, in the system, so if you go to RSA1, so if you search for PCR, procession analysis, info source, info provider. It creates the 800 1000 So we can search our. It creates the kind of info area here also. Just a second, I'll just show you. This is basically info object. The way we define the characteristics and key figures in our system. So likewise, we can create it here also. How can you see the properties? Okay, leave it. I'll just, if you want. Y plus PR 800 SU1 001. Okay, these are info objects. Maybe the info provider. Here is it. This much only what we have created. Let's take one example. Okay, yesterday I was able to. I will check this part. Basically, in background you would notice like there is one node got created for your each of the environment. Okay, this is what I wanted to show you, but such thing is not working. Maybe I might have been making some mistake here. So it creates a kind of folder. So under that you would find all your business function is getting created under that particular node. So, and if we talk about attributes, so attributes here like what is the environment name we have taken. So environment is RPS1. So yeah, so like here, if you see the naming convention of DDIC table, okay, so Y, starting from Y, 800 is your client, RPS is your version, then 001 is RPS is your environment ID, and this is your version, and this is MP001. So how the naming convention it follows. If I just open this attributes, MP001, wait a second, this one, environment one. So 800 RPS is our version ID. I'll just show you. Our version ID is here is RPS, version is 0. Environment ID is RPS and version is 0. So this is how the system follows the naming convention when we create the table, model table on source from environment. So here you could see. Just I thought to brief you about how the naming convention is followed here. Now let's get started with when we created the model table. So let me just go in edit mode. Okay. So when we click and try to create a new function here, model table from connection. Function type, like let's say model table or model view. Here we have two options, physical and logical. Okay. So if I select logical, so we get these options, connection 1, connection 2, this many list. Okay. So suppose I'm going to use this connection 006. Click on synchronize. So this many fields is being populated. So by default, you could see this client is excluded, which I was mentioning about. I'll just select all, say OK. We'll save it. Activate this. Then click on analyze. So what is the significance of this connection? We'll see in a moment. Okay. So let me just pull out some information like deal account, deal amounts. So like we can search for company code. Company code wise data it is showing. Now if you wanted to bring some other parameter like posting date, so let me bring here posting date. So even what we could do, let's bring it here in column wise. Let's select the, or let's remove this one. Let's bring fiscal year. So let's apply the filter. So say 2023. So it is showing the data. Maybe what we could do, document number, we can bring the document number field. We can apply the count, how many documents year wise. We could see. We can remove this one. The figures, we can apply document. So these are the results. So basically what I wanted to show you here. So we have built the view based on from the logical connection. So what is logical connection? So suppose you wanted to utilize this, this is the uh, table, and on this table, based on this table, you have some view, and that view you have been using in many environments. Okay, so this view is being used, consumed very frequently. So what we require to do, we will require to do to create the this view in every environment. Okay, but here we have some option. Okay, so like connection management. So in this connection management, how can we go here? Let me just. So there is one T code, NXI P1 underscore CONN. So once we run this transaction, I'll just close this one. it opens this screen. So here we basically define the connections. Okay. So connections, like what we could do, when I'll just click on edit, I'll just click on OK. So like we define the views, we define the model table, we define the functions, so many things we define. So what we could do here, we can define the connection and we can define the connection source. So on top of a DDIC table, so say I wanted to build the connections. So we have the CS case table, which is used very frequently. So I will create one view, okay, based on DDIC table. So I'll just select here DDIC. I'll just mention the table name here, CS case. Okay, and just save it. If you wanted to maintain some description, so you can put the documentation which is related to this. So once we have created this connection, then I will go to any environment. So right now I'm in this environment. I'll just click on this button, then mention uh, view, model view, source from connection. So source from connection. So I'll just mention here model view. I'll just select OK. So view, I'll select here logical. As soon as we will select here logical, this screen will get changed. Earlier it was saying connection type and it was asking for the model view source. But when we select logical, it asks the connection name instead of source, model view source. It asks for the connection name. So if I select 14, let me select 14, what we have created just now. And as soon as we will synchronize, it will bring all the CS case table. So here we have not provided the CS case table. We just now have provided the this connection. Okay. So I'll just select OK. We'll say OK. So we have created the view as sourcing from this connection 14. Just save it, activate it. Go to the analyze. We will get the result. By default, it shows in the chart view, but if we select data grid, then click on show and whatever field you wanted to put, say cost center. You can bring the cost center. Then cost center category. Then profit center. So we created the view on top of. If you wanted to set some filter, so we can apply the filter. That's the another story. How do you want to leverage this report? So that's the another thing. But the concept of connection is, if we wanted to use the same source in different environment level. Okay. So suppose we have to use the same CS case table in a different table as well. What I will do, I'll just go to this initial page. So last time we had created the view from source from connection in this environment. Now I will just go to this allocation and reporting. I'll try to create a new view. I'll select function add. Then I'll just mention model view source from connection. connection. Okay. Function type, I will select um, model view. Okay. Then I'll say okay. One level below. Say okay. I'll just select logical again. Is see here. Here also we could find the same connection available for this environment also. So as we have the kind of in SAP terminology function module. Why do we create the function module? It's in a piece of code when we wanted to apply in a different program. So in that case, we create the function module. So here similarly, like if you have to utilize the similar uh, tables or views uh, in multiple multiple environments. So in that case, we create the connections, and we on top of that we create the model table, create the model view, or any sort of model we can create. Just save it, activate it. So we can just click on analyze data. So here we can get the same result. In this, you can just mention the cost center. We get the same result here also. Okay, what we receive in from other environment. So same result we could get here also. Understood this concept now? Connection concept. Hello?
Yes, Rahul. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, Rahul.
So now we'll understand, try to mm, understand the concept of new things. Okay. So now we will. So similarly, like as we have created the view, we can also create the model table also. So suppose if you wanted to create model table, source from connection. Okay. So that also it allows. Function type, I will select model table. So as soon as we select logical, so we can bring the data from here. 14. So if I'm selecting 14 here, so like that, you can create even model table also. So generally, we don't create the model table. Why to replicate the data again? If only view can help, so we don't go for it. So apart from this, we have left with one more topic, which is model RDL. Okay, model view. We saw model view. Model RDA is remaining. Function building blocks. Model BW. So we saw in the model BW function how it works, what it does. I'll just quickly take you through. We already have saw yesterday. Okay, we can create a model BW function which can be sourced from environment fields or from BW service provider. So there are two options available. Okay. So model BW is the data model function that allows you to define uh, advanced data store objects (ADSO) in SAP Profitability Management, Performance Management. To access internal BW info provider, define the SAP Business Warehouse. So whenever we wanted to access the data of our external BW info providers, then in that case we select the Business Warehouse. And whenever we select this environment, so it means we create the ADSO, Advanced Data Store Objects, in the background, means in BW system. Okay. Either means there is two way. Either we are uh, retrieving the data from BW, or if suppose we are something we are creating an environment. So in the background, we will create the info providers. Okay. If we are maintaining some data in the environment level, so then we go for this option, environment option. So this all concept we have seen yesterday. I'll just quickly show you in the system. Just a quick recap. So this is best when you select environment. So it's create the ADSO, Advanced Data Store Object. So means if you select on the property, so this is your info provider that it creates in the background. Second option is when we select the existing info provider. So all the real-time data will reflect here in this table. This is the second approach. Now we have the last source available, which is RDL. Model RDL. Okay. So model RDL is a data model function that allows you to access SAP HANA optimized results of the functional products sub ledger data model. Okay, so this is another finance system where we get the optimized data. Okay, so this is we won't be able to see much in much detail about this functionality. So header fields are important to be filled correctly by the modeler in order to connect to an existing and activated data model. To perform this, the modeler must then define the results data area and the result type. Let's try this one if it works. But ideally, this is not the SAP system, so I'm not sure whether it will work here. So what we could do, we could just go to the edit mode, select the model table, model RDA. Okay. So what we have mentioned here, SRINS. So here I will select model RDL. Say OK. So click one label below. Say OK. So result area means product subledger. Result type is asking us to S_SEG. Select anything for now. Let's try this out. PS financial product subledger. Let's select this one. So it will not work. Just ignore this one. So this is a product, the data model function that allows you to access SAP HANA optimized results. Okay, so if you have chunk of data, so how you could retrieve the optimized results out of it. So financial products subledger model. So not related to SAP. Okay. I even need to check notes, SAP notes, if any detailed information is available related to this.
Okay.
Okay. But just go through this
Okay.
document, refer this document whenever you have. S underscore ACG. Let me just try again. S underscore ACG. Okay, maybe it is related to FPSL. FPSL, have you heard about FPSL? Yeah, FPSL, like before this PAPM was came into picture. So before that, FPSL was used in the market. Okay, FPSL, financial product subledger overview. Okay, now I understood. This is another financial product. So to retrieve the data from here, so as we could see here, now I'm able to recollect it. Okay, understood. Product subledger. So retrieve the data from that system. Basically, we have this feature available. See, select anything. So it's a PAPM is the mix of your FPSL and BW. In short, if I say you, okay. So before that, this was FPSL was in use. See here, this earlier version. So this was basically your FPSL related transaction codes. Okay, you just Google it FPSL in detail whenever you get some time. So financial sub-product ledgers. Generally, like in the old system, you could see SAP financial product sub-ledger overview. You could just read this documentation if you have some interest. Otherwise, not required. So many things is keep coming, changing. So don't worry about that. Not to know everything. Whatever is required, just focus on. In this era, I would suggest like just focus on what is required. Otherwise, so many things is changing every day. Now we will see another function. Yeah, let's read this documentation. Functions is the building blocks. Okay, no, not this one. We'll just complete first file adapter function. Then after we will start this function building blocks. Okay, so let's close this one. What is file adapter function? So file adapter function is, suppose if you have to read the data from file, server file, not like Excel file. Okay, so how could you achieve? Okay, so I'll just show you some example. File adapter. The file adapter function type import provides automated access to files so that file content can be imported as input for calculations. Key features. Header. In the header, you define the principal behavior of the file adapter function. The following fields are available. File IO type. So I'll just quickly parallelly open some function. If you go and go for the creation of file adapter function, so let me select one level below, file adapter function. Okay, if I say okay, here you could see file IO type, right? File IO type. choose import to import data from server file. Okay, so what we would select? So we have two options here, import and export. So we are going to select here import because we wanted to import the data from the server file. Then second we have file format. Okay, so there is two format accepted by it can read the two formats. Okay, CSV and TXT. So here you could see file format refers to the definition of the file format which is maintained centrally for the environment. Third is file name. So definitely whatever files you wanted to read, that file name you should provide, then only system would be able to recognize the file. And in that file, suppose if we have any header row, so like GL account description, then cost center, then company code. So if we that description is not required for us, we just require the data. So we would mention here how many rows we have to ignore in order to read the data before it reads the data in the PAPM system by this function. So defines the row number in which the header columns are available. The value 0 means that there is no header row. How many of you have used this uh, LSMW? So when we read the file, we have the similar options, right? Header row is there or not there, ignore header row, something sort of, right? Number of threads. So multiple threads can reduce the input time. Okay. So if we split into threads, so maximum permitted value is 256. So here, if you notice here, number of threads. So if we split the file into number of threads, so it will reduce the import time. If the data volume is very large, so in that particular case, this is significant. This plays an important role. Again, the batch sizing is another function that is the similar functions. So batch size specifies the number of records to be inserted in each commitment. Okay, how many records you wanted to insert. Table lock functionality. If this is it, the data for column store table is loaded faster. So if we know we have the concept of row data and column data. So columnar data where we used for the purpose of analysis. So analytical table have the columnar approach and this row approach like BKPF, we say this all sort of table is basically row store, RDBMS, same or RDBMS uh, functions. Okay. Hope you are aware about this columnar and row data storage, right? Node type check. Okay. So suppose the system is this function is reading the data from the server. So we must require to define the what happens in LSMW. We have the source file structure. So what does that mean? Source file structure means which all field, its length, its type, and its length. So suppose source file means it will have say 10 fields. So each field will have its types like a date format, then say number format, then character format. So it will have some type, and along with the type, it will have the length, allowed length. So whether it will allow 10 digit, 12 digit, 40 digit. So for description, we basically keep the character type and length would be around 30, 40. So if we suppose it's a customer name, something sort of, so there we require a bigger length. Again, like if we have say GL and its GL description. So again, the GL account will have maximum length. It will be a numeric and maximum length say 10 digit. So this is the source structure. So source structure means based on the data available in Excel sheet or CSV file, it will read the data from source in the source. Then what we do next, we do the mapping of this source file and the SAP file. Okay. Here also we follow the similar approach. So suppose if we have to read the data from server. So server, maybe let me just open the. So suppose this is the file we wanted to read. Okay. So double click on it. So here, like this is the header row. First row is my header row. So it's if I look at the data, so it's like R bookers. So it will be always 4 digit. If we follow the SAP convention, so it will be always 4 digit. Cannot be more than 4 digit. Account, it will be always 10 digit. Cost center, this will be always 10 digit. Profit center, this will be always, I guess this is also 10 digit only, right? Profit center. Amount, it should be, I guess, 26 or something around. So like that, we require to create the structure in this environment so that it could read the file in the same way. Okay. So what I will do, I'll just copy and paste this data. We'll create the same structure in. I'll also create the same structure in our environment. So let me just go back here. What we require? So we required first to create the environment fields. Go to the environment fields. What I will do, I'll create fields here. The first field I'll create Z bookers. Field type I'll say, let's say key figures characteristics. Field, okay, I will just select character. Digit I'm just giving 4 digit. Then I will create another field. Say this one is Z. What do we have next? RACCT. I'll just provide the description RACCT. Field type I'll just mention here characteristics. DDIC I'll just mention characteristics. Or we can keep it numeric. That's not the problem. Okay, select say yes. I'll just put here 10 digit. Then I'll just create the third field. So third field we would create RC and TR. RC and TR. So I'll just put here J. Field type I'll say characteristics. Then numeric or characteristics. Let's keep it characteristics itself. Say OK. Okay, so here we are getting the warning this field already exists. So either we can use the same field or we can create a new field. So generally we try to avoid creating the new field if we have the similar field available. So best way to use the same field. So for now, let's create all our field, whatever is required. Then next is PRCTR. So we'll just mention here G PRCTR. Then field type again. Let's select the characteristics and again the characteristics itself. Then say OK. Then last is amount. So let's create the amount field GAMT amount. I guess this GAMT is already available. So what we could do, we can just try to create. If it won't allow, then what we will do, just put here double GAMT. So let's put the profit center length. I'm just giving 10. Did I? It's what is this one? Cost center. This is account. Okay, this is profit center. Amount. I'll just say 20 digit. I'll just say save it. Now we'll go to the file editor function again. Then go to edit. So yeah, these two things we have not discussed. So header array, I will say first row is header row. File format, I would say CSV. Let us check here. What is the file format? So it's CSV. If I file name, if I just mention here, so I would just put book one. Okay. So this is the file name. Okay. Now I would say synchronize. So this is the file. System is automatically ready. Okay. I'll select this one. Click on preview. Preview data. So this is reading the same data. Okay. So in the runtime, system would be able to, using this function, would be able to read the data from server. Okay. DDIC, this function is not for DDIC or any HANA table or any BW table. This function is specific only for reading the data from server. So suppose when the data comes into the server, so this comes generally when we have the third party integration. So whenever we have the third party integration, so in that case, what we would do, we can use this function. So suppose some data is coming, like if you might have heard about, like there is some exchange rate data which resides here. Then some background jobs runs and that update the exchange rate every day. In I'm talking about SAP finance scenario. So the data comes from Bloomberg, some banks and all, right? See, these all functions are basically source of information. Okay, whatever we have like learned so far, those all are basically scenario of reading the data, fetching the data, uh, bringing the data, manipulating the data, doing some sort of calculation based on the data. So every day some basis job is running, some server job is running, and that resides in your server. Okay, and then you read that data, and then you do the budgeting or planning sort of things. So I will just brief you one more thing. Sorry, I'm just distracting from the topic. So here I'm just we have two options: processing type, executable, and sub functions. So always we have selected sub functions. Why we have selected sub functions? So this output of this function is going to be the input for other functions, executable functions. Making sense? So this all source of information, data source, these all are data source. So these are some functions. Always I have selected sub functions. So this sub functions data going to be the input for other function. Like say some cost center data is coming here through this file. So for allocation function, this will be the input for the allocation functions, this data. But see, the advantage here, we are not uh, keeping the data in my PAPM tool. All we are reading the data in the runtime from this server file, and allocation function will do the allocation. So this is how system works. Okay. Now I could, as I said, like we could preview the data, then stage table. It will show you how the data looks like. Then we can go for this mapping. So signature is like if you wanted to perform some sort of action on it. So once you click on selection, so you could select all the fields what we have created. So let me just ignore this one. For now, I'll just come back to this point. So we can just click on field mapping. So when we say field mapping proposal, so it will system is smart enough to recognize the relevant fields, file column, field, R bookers, R account, R CND. So basically what happened, it reads all the standard, like we have this field, say, or SAP fields. Sorry, we might have created somewhere ACDOCA view. So these fields are already available in our environment. I can show you. If you want, I can show you. Let me just save it. So I was checking this one. So yesterday I was getting some error, database error. So not sure if I would be able to run this function. But anyway, I'll just quickly try to show you. Maintain DB connection for environment RB RPS. So something need to check with our basis team, which I had asked to check run extensions. Details have been logged. Activation function failed. DB connection for the environment RPS. Something there is something missing. So we want to be able to run it. It will throw error. Click on show also. So this will not show the data. Even analysis also will we want to be able to perform. But generally, like as I mentioned, as you could see, like so by default, all the fields are coming under. So these are the three sections: granularity, selection, and action. So which we will discuss in detail in from our upcoming classes. For now, like field selection means say you have company code, uh, then document type and all. Then you have the amount field, and on the amount field you wanted to perform some actions, like say group by document type. So selection field you will have this document type and document company code, and here you could have like amount field. So what you could do, you could just say uh, in the amount field you can do the actions. So that like this is the amount field. So how this system is proposing the, see this is the file name, file column. Okay, means this details. R bookers, R account, RCNDR, PRCTR, and amount. So if we have same field created under your environment, so system is recognizing okay, from this column field data you bring into this field R bookers. Then our ACCT, where do we want to bring? So we wanted to bring in this field in our environment. So like apart from that, we have created our own field also. So we can just I need to remove this all, and we can do it manually. We can select all and remove from here. But for now, just the system is doing the auto mapping, recognizing the same field which is available in the environment. So I'll just save it and we'll show you. This is already existing in our environment. So I just go to the environment. Maybe we might have created some view on top of Sudoku or something. So source DDIC CSKS. Okay. Okay. Just go to environment. So here, like if I search for RBUKRS, so this field system automatically picked. Although we have defined RZ bookers, so we can find that field also. But exactly matching fields system has identified, so it's mapped with that particular field, rather picking up this field. If you would have deleted those fields, so we could have assigned this manual fields. Let me try to delete. Or might have been coming from some other table, HANA table, which we might have consumed in our SAP. So here we have here, but we don't have SAP. So again, like no type check. So suppose in the value is in say text, and we have the defined field in numeric. Okay, so here if from file text data is coming into some numeric or say numeric vice versa, on the other scenario, like numeric value is coming into your say uh, this is say your text field, so it won't check. If I do select this checkbox, no type check. So what we did, we created this function IO type. We have selected default import. File format we have taken CSV. Header row we have taken one. That's all. And mapping we did. So let me just go back to other function, other environment. So this one. So I just go here and let's try to create this function. So I will just go select here. So here it's not showing any CSV or text. Okay. So that's what I wanted to show you. So it will only show first we discussed, like we will discuss in detail about this tab, file format. Okay. So here let me just go back to previous environment, this one. So first we require to maintain the file format, which will be recognized by the function file adapter function. So here we define the file formats. Yeah, let's create a new file format. So we just provide the file format CSV or text, description, file name. So this is not the mandatory field, because if you maintain the file name at the environment level, so it will only read the file, one file. But here, like in this case, so it is showing all the files available in the server. So all these files, see book 1, book 2, book 5. So generally at the environment level, we don't provide the file name. So we keep this blank. Then so we have defined here two formats, CSV and TXT. If I just go here to the change mode, edit mode, see here the same the format which we have defined in the environment. So those formats are showing as an options here.
Hey there, ready to level up your supply management skills? Introducing our SAP PAPM SEO Expert course. Learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP PAPM SEO. Think of it as your toolkit for planning everything, ensuring products flow smoothly from A to B. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff inside out. Your instructors, they're pros with years of experience dedicated to guiding you and answering your questions. And guess what? Our students rave about this course too. People just like you have found it incredibly valuable. And the best part? It's affordable, so you won't break the bank. Ready to master SAP PAPM SEO? Sign up now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.